Morning. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. You and I first on this morning. Hello, Mr. Morgan. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. How are you? We the first ones on this morning. Can you hear me? Yeah. How you doing? How was your weekend? Good morning, Gary. Thomas. Okay, you guys not talking this morning? That's okay. I still love you. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Good morning, Brenda.
Good morning. How are
can't
you?
I'm doing much 85% better than I was doing Friday.
Good. That's good.
I'm so tired of these people calling and don't breathing in the phone and don't want to say nothing, or start with a robot talking to you and you telling them you can't talk now.
Oh my goodness.
I swear, this is crazy.
Call in their ear when they call.
I would have blown the whistle, but I wasn't sure that I had cut this mic off, because sometimes I put the mic and the line goes through it and it's still on. So I don't know what's wrong with that, but anyhow. So the helpline, they told me they would help me later on.
Oh, okay.
So how was your weekend?
Oh, it was good. Quiet. I didn't do anything.
I went to church today. There's Mr. Morgan back again. I was trying to talk to him and Mr. Thomas, but I don't know if they thought I was going to bite him and eat him or what, scare him this morning. So Mr. Morgan and I were, I think, the first two on. We came on about the same time.
Okay.
I didn't have any sound.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Morgan. How are you?
I'm doing fine now.
Good. How was your weekend, George?
Nice and quiet.
Well, I went to church to a priest from Lord's gave a healing service.
Must have been nice.
And for the sick and shut in members of Holy Redeemer. And they had people pick us up and bring my aide took me. We go on to the sick and shut in on the second or third Saturday of every month. But we lost 2 members last week, so we were all a little down. But I'm glad I wasn't among them, because I'll tell you, I have coughed myself to my ribs hurt.
Yeah.
This is the worst allergy season I have seen in, I'm pretty sure, 20 years.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, because the last time I had all this stuff was in, I know, around 2011 or 2012. So I guess maybe about 10 years, 10 or 15 years. maybe a little, but I know it was soon after my mother died, so it might have been closer to 25 or 2005 or 26.
I just started having problems.
No. Well, she's got, I'm so much stuff for allergies. I ain't got time to worry about whatever else I got. I got a schedule. I got 3 inhalers and the nebulizer and they bought me a portable oxygen Friday. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. Hey, Greer.
That sounds like my daughter. My daughter had lupus, so she had to get a set of new lungs.
Oh, poor baby.
She's doing well.
Well, good. I'll keep her on my prayer list. Greer, you are not talking to me because you are muted. All I can see is that pretty little smile. And
Good morning,
Zoom
good morning,
user
all.
next to you. Huh?
Thank you, thank you. I said, good morning, all. How you doing?
Hanging in there, Greer. 80
You ha-
to 85% better.
Well, that's good. That's good. Stay inside. Don't go into that's fall.
Girl,
fall.
I'm not even looking at the door.
I know that's right. I know
I'm
that.
not even looking. Tell them when they coming in the door, get in fast.
Come quick, huh?
Yes, come quick. Push the children through the door. Keep them moving.
Lord, that's right. That is so true. By all means.
I'm
Well,
trying. My son's gonna look in to get me an air cleaner. Good morning, Alex.
Hi, Ann. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Hey,
I'm
Alex.
back, Alex.
Hi, Ann. How's it going?
Much better, honey. I went to a healing service. I feel much better.
And you sound better and you look better too.
Oh, girl, I tell you, I was some kind of sick. I thought I was going out last week.
Yeah, well, thank God you're still with us.
I'm
We all
telling you,
still here.
on Thursday, I thought I was going out. I have to give I'm gonna call over to the fire department and find out what paramedics, because those little guys were the same little guys that were here 3 times.
Isn't that something?
And they calmed me down. They were sweet. They gave me oxygen. And they did not leave until the medicine had started kicking in.
Well, that's wonderful. That's good. It's still some people that do their jobs and do it
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah.
Like Alex.
I have to. They're two look and look. At least they sent me 2 young cute ones.
Hey.
Hey.
They knew who they were coming to see.
Hey.
Okay. I gotta run out, but I'm gonna have you all on and I'll be right back.
All right, baby.
Okay then. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Alex. Guess he went muted. Hey, Gracie. Hi, Carolyn.
Good morning.
Oh, there's Carolyn. Hi,
Good morning.
Carolyn. Hi, Gracie.
Good
And the new lady, I don't know if I'm a Miss Williams. I don't want to mess up your first name. Is it Dina or Dinah?
It's Diane.
Oh, it's Diane. Okay. Oh, I see it now. I need to put my glasses on. No, you muted yourself back again, Miss Williams.
Yes, I did. Yes, I want to let you know that the devil is a liar. He is playing big games on me, but he's a liar.
Well, honey, I'm right with you.
Yes, yes. We're going to claim the victory.
I left him in the dust last week.
Yes, let him go in the name of Jesus.
Right. He thought he was gonna torment me and make me leave the Lord. I told him I got Jesus on my side.
Amen.
So
Amen.
I told him, I said, you need to keep it moving.
Oh, yes.
Get out my life, because I don't have time for you.
No, nowhere. He wants to build his army, but he's a liar. He's going to leave God's children alone.
That's right.
Yes, God paid the price for us.
He need to go on back with Trump and that crowd and
oh my gosh,
figure out how they can get themselves into hell, because that's where they want to go. They ain't trying to go nowhere else.
From eating fresh paste.
those of us who have sense are gonna keep the devil
Yeah.
moving the
Yeah.
opposite direction.
To see how can I be of service to you for the seniors
Hey,
that work.
Rosemary.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Another
morning.
Zoom user on here. There's a lady, I think.
I'm in Ward 2. I'm in Ward 4,
They're Ward 2.
Ward
not in
4.
Ward 4.
Oh, you live in Ward 4.
Yes,
Oh, she's
ma'am.
on the phone. Somebody's on the phone.
We haven't gravitated to Ward 4
Yeah,
as of
if
What
yet.
ward
everyone
are
can be
you in,
mindful
Miss
of your
Williams?
TVs
Okay.
and
Welcome
your
to-
cell phones, please. I hear
Disclaimer,
a TV in the background.
not mine.
Advance to other boards.
My monitor's on, but not the
All right,
TV.
I appreciate that. You have a blessed rest.
It's okay. Just everyone, please be cognizant of your TVs and your cell phones, please. We really appreciate it. How
Hey,
was
Al.
everyone's weekend? Hi, Brenda. Are you all looking forward to this week?
Yes. The
Yes.
Juneteenth celebration. That should be very nice.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Caroline was supposed to take me this morning, but she got behind, so I guess she'll call me later. There she
Okay.
is now. Okay.
But yes, I hope everyone read today's email. So who can tell me what today is?
I didn't read it out.
They read it out too.
Yeah, every time you get up, you got to make sure that, you check out that email for all the events and such that are coming up for the week. So everyone, please read that email that you get in the morning, okay?
Okay.
Okay, good morning all, and happy Monday.
Good
Hi,
morning.
Teresa.
And happy Monday. Do we have any birthdays today? Or this week? Do we? At least not at this point. Okay, so I guess I was looking forward to singing happy birthday. That's not the case. So I'll just sing happy Monday.
Oh, yes. Same.
Good to be back. Hope you all had a wonderful, blessed weekend.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
I'm looking forward to having a week long with you. We wrap up this week with Juneteenth. I'm excited about that, hearing some history from some of you and what Juneteenth means to you. I'm going to learn a lot this week on that note because it's new to me. So it's a good thing. Okay, so we're going to go straight into our where we left off on Friday. We were looking at going back my slide. We were looking at the iPad security features. These are built-in features already in part of your iPad, and how secure it is and how to activate it if needed. So before we get into that, I will read the disclaimer and then take it from there. The Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual health, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on any form, any application or topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including but not limited to mobile and device applications, any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC Senior iPad Program, its owners or presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. And I want to thank you for being patient with me on that. So, so far, this security built-in features, we're looking at the iPad accessory security, which we covered last week. We looked at Notepad app security. We looked at the Apple ID security, the two-factor authentication, password reset and recovery, iCloud and iCloud backup, and removing from there. Today, we'll look at the iMessage security. We'll look at Keychain, FaceTime, Find My iPad, Bluetooth security features, and a little bit about viruses and malware. Okay, so I'm gonna go back, continue where we left off on Friday. And again, I would like to address questions during the presentation. So please, you can keep your devices muted until you have a question. You can raise your hand. I'll look and see if you have a question before I move to the next topic, okay? I would like for you to have a good understanding of this information. Therefore, questions are, I'm open for questions during the presentation. And getting there, let's see, I think we left off at slide 30. That was the last. This was the last thing you recall watching, right? What is
Same.
cloud keychain? That was it. That's where we left off. All right. So the next thing we're going to look at is the iPad password options. When you sign up for services on a website, in an app, you can let the iPad create strong passwords for many of your accounts. iPad stores the passwords in the iCloud keychain and fills them in for you automatically, so you don't have to memorize them. I think we left off there. Correct
Yeah.
me if I'm
Close. Yeah.
pretty close. So
Agree.
would you all like me to show this video again, so to bring you back where we left off? I'll be happy to do it. On the
Yes,
keychain.
please.
Yes.
I figure you
Mhm.
would, right? I figure you would be. So let's just watch that video again. That's just to bring you back to where we left off.
Hi, and
Thank
welcome
you.
to a new video. It is important to use strong passwords instead of just using the same passwords on every account. The more complex your passwords are, the more protected and safer you are from threats. To remember them all, you can use a password manager. One good choice is the built-in password manager from Apple called Keychain. In this video, I'll show you how iCloud Keychain works to help you remember all your passwords across different Apple devices, like your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Let's go. With iCloud Keychain, you sync your login information across all your devices connected to your iCloud. To enable it, open Settings on your iPhone or iPad. Tap on your Apple ID at the top, press iCloud, then choose Keychain and activate it. Once you enable this feature, all your saved login information, which includes your email address, username, credit card numbers, and password, will be stored in your iCloud. Of course, all the stored information is encrypted on Apple servers, so there is no way to have access to the passwords without your Apple ID. On an iPhone or iPad, it works pretty much the same. To view the saved passwords, go to Settings and scroll down to Passwords. If you have iOS 13 or earlier versions installed, select Passwords and Accounts instead. Enter your passcode or use Face ID, and then you will be presented with a list that contains your passwords. These are from the websites you may have signed in or signed up in the past. Remember that these are only stored locally on your device if you do not have Keychain enabled. A useful feature is autofill passwords, so make sure to activate it. I'll show you later in this video how to use it. You can always manually add an entry to the list by tapping on the plus button at the top. Now type in the website, username, and choose password. As you can see, Keychain is suggesting a randomly generated password. You can use this if you're creating a new account for a website. But if you already have an account for that website, just enter your own password instead. Then confirm with Done to save your entry. Another feature that was added with the software update from iOS 15.4, which lets you add notes to your passwords. Under Account Options, you can click Add Notes, and you can now type in any text like bank details or other information. This way, it's easier to copy and paste it whenever you need it. If you long press an account, you can easily copy the username or password. You can also delete the entire account if you don't need it anymore. So how will all of this help you? Let's say you're trying to log into a website. With autofill passwords enabled, you can autofill your login information. This means that you don't have to manually type in your username and password if it's already saved in your passwords list. Tap on the username field and on your keyboard, click on the key icon. To confirm, you'll need to enter your passcode, Face ID, or Touch ID, whichever you have enabled. Then you'll see the list of your saved passwords. Choose the right one and both the username and password are auto-filled in the website. After signing in, you'll be asked if you want to store the password on your iCloud keychain. Tap on Save Password so that you can use them when you're on another device with your iCloud account. As I mentioned earlier, you can also use the built-in password manager to generate strong passwords when creating a new account on a website. In this demo, I'll create an account on Instagram using the Safari browser. Enter your email address and complete the confirmation process. When you tap on the password field, instead of showing your keyboard, it will ask if you want to use a strong password instead. In the password field, a randomly generated password is already filled in. If you don't want to use this, click on Choose My Own Password. After you are done creating your account, it will automatically add this website along with your password to your keychain. To give a summary, since you have activated this feature, other devices connected to your iCloud with keychain enabled can access your passwords list and vice versa. This means if you create an account on a website using your iPhone and you want to log in using your iPad or Mac, you can use the autofill function to log in. You can follow the same steps on your iPad, but it's a little different on a Mac. On your Mac, click on the little Apple icon at the top left corner, then tap on System Preferences, and now on Apple ID. On your iCloud settings, tick the checkbox Keychain. Now, when you log in on a website, you know it is saved on your password manager, you can use the autofill function. Open Safari and go to the website you want to sign in. Click the key icon on the side and open your passwords. Enter your user password or use Touch ID instead. Then choose the right website on the list and confirm it with Fill. Now you can log in without typing your username or your password. To access the password manager on your Mac, go back to System Preferences. Then click on Passwords and
So I'm going to stop there because they're now talking about the Mac rather than the iPad, but initially they talked about how to do it on the iPad. So we'll leave it from there and go back to the slide, continue on. So now you have an idea of what this keychain is all about, an idea. Some of you, maybe already using it. Do we have anyone using keychain at this point? Anyone? Okay, that's something for you to think about. So when you sign up for services on a website and in an app, for example, I could say I have at least about a good dozen or more websites that I have to log into each time that I use for whatever reason. And with that, I have to have a password for every single one of them. Now, am I going to remember all of these passwords? No. So there are two ways I could handle that, is to either write down all my passwords for each website, which I do in my notepad that I keep on my computer right here, or I could use Key and keep all my passwords there. And all I need to do is to sign in with the one which is access to the iPad. And once I'm in the iPad, I now can go into any of those websites without having to remember the username and password. All I would need to do is to tap on that key that looks like this right here on my screen. And that will give me access to the various websites that I need to sign into. That's basically what Keychain is. So when you use iCloud Keychain, when it's enabled, the iPad can create strong, random, unique passwords when users sign up or change their password on a website in Safari. So even if you don't want to have to keep creating these passwords for all these different websites, Keychain will do it for you. they will create them, but you don't have to memorize them because they're going to be saved in the keychain account. So they're saying that the iPad operating system automatically, they say, creates strong passwords, and users must opt out of using, so you don't have to worry that they will generate those passwords for you, and they're saved in keychain, and it's kept up to date across all your, if you have various Apple devices, some of you may have the watch, the iPhone, the iPad, they're all accessible from any of those Apple devices. I see a hand up. Lynette, go ahead, unmute, ask your question.
Good morning, Ms. James and everybody.
Good morning.
I'm wondering about the safety of it, because I remember back a few months ago, maybe back in November or something, you were saying that you had this type of system set up yourself for all these passwords and it was hacked.
Me?
Yeah.
I've never had a hacked password. No.
Oh, maybe I got it wrong then, because I remember we were talking about having our passwords stored on our thing, and you said something happened to you because of that. So I was just wondering about the safety of it.
Right. I don't keep my, I don't have keychain, iCloud keychain. I keep all my passports locally written on a notepad on my desk, because my house is pretty, safe. I don't have a lot of people in and out of there. So I can keep a notebook with all my various passwords on it rather than to use keychain, because there's a downside to keychain, and you'll see, we'll talk about that later as we get into this some more. There's a downside.
Okay. Maybe I was a little bit confused. I've heard so much stuff. Okay, sorry.
Okay, so keychain actually generates passwords for you by default. They're saying that they generate these passwords that are 20 characters long. They contain 1 digit, 1 uppercase character, 2 hyphens, 16 lowercase characters. These are long, and they contain 71 bits of entropy randomness. So they're difficult to break, these passwords that are created by keychain. You have to worry about them being, it would take a machine to figure out the password, not another human. The password autofill passwords listed in iCloud keychain indicates if one of the user's saved password is reused with other. So let's say you decided to go with keychain and you're doing autofill, and you decided, okay, well, I feel pretty safe. I can use the same password for more than one website. And it is very tempting to do that. They will let you know that you're already using it on another website, so you don't use it a second time on a different website. So that's what that is saying. Using the same password for more than one service may leave those accounts vulnerable to credential, what is called stuffing attack. If a service is breached and passwords are leaked, attackers may try the same credentials on one service to compromise the edition. So let's see what are they saying about it here. We're going to watch this video on this right here and see what it's saying. That if you're using more than one password.
Never use the same password twice. Never use your UNSW password on other social media accounts, such as Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Never write down your password, keep your password confidential, and never give out your password to anybody. If your password has been compromised, change it immediately. If you use the same password everywhere, and that password is stolen on just one site, then all of your accounts are compromised.
They're warning us, stay away from that, basically. Stay away from using the same passwords. All right, let's get back now to the slide. What happened to my slides here? Here it is. All right. So that's, but there's some more on passwords that I'm going to talk about later this morning. But before we get there, I'm going to talk about iMessage and is iMessage encrypt? All your messages when you're using the iMessage app, what happens here? It says that the iMessage supports text attachments such as photos, contacts, locations, links, and attachments directly to a message such as a thumbs up icon. Messages appear on all of a user's registered devices so that the conversation can be continued from any of the user. So let's say I've actually got like two Apple phones here. I've got an iPad. I've got a desktop computer. All of my messages, I can go to any of these devices and start a message on one, continue it on the other. So that's what that is saying. It says Apple doesn't log the contents of messages or attachments, which are protected from end-to-end encryption so that no one but the sender and the receiver can access it. Apple can't encrypt the data. So they're saying that, and this is what is a little bit not clear to me. They're saying that your messages are not encrypted in messages if you use the message app, not. Let's find out more. Users start a new iMessage conversation by entering an address or name. If they enter a phone number or an email address, the device contacts the IDS, which is the it's a software that's within the system to say whether or not or to look for hackers if there are any existing in your system. So they're saying that the Apple device contacts the Apple ID services to retrieve a public key. A public key is a way of locking the doors of end-to-end. So I'm communicating with you by iMessage back and forth, and I'm sharing information that could be private. So they're saying once a message is initiated, Apple puts into place this identity service to retrieve what are known as, like, to lock the system for end-to-end communication. That's what they're saying. If a user enters a name, the device first uses the user's contacts app to gather the phone number and the email addresses associated with that name and gets a public key and APM addresses from the IDS. Now, again, this is a lot. This terminology that's being used here is not done. It's not termed for your understanding. I understand it because I did study cybersecurity, but to break it down into layman's terms, they're saying that once you start communicating because it's not encrypted, it's not you when you're communicating by iMessage, that data during that is not encrypted. Apple has put in place a system to lock that communication. So that a hacker can't be in your conversation through what is known as an APN. And what does that P stands for? I know Apple, I don't know what the P, but I need the public key systems. Yeah, it's like they're locking your communication so that no one can get in between you and whoever it is you're communicating with at that time. That's what Apple's promised to do. Now, if you're on FaceTime now, this is what Apple has in place. It says that, of course, all of you know, or by now should know what FaceTime is. It's in Apple, like iMessages, FaceTime calls use what is called the Apple push notification, APN. That's what it is, yeah. Apple push notification to establish an initial connection to the user's registered device. The audio or video contents of FaceTime calls are protected by what? Now, this is a little different now, are protected by end-to-end encryption. So no one but the sender and receiver can access them. So iMessage, it's not protected by end-to-end encryption, but FaceTime is. There's a difference between the two. All right, and Dennis, I see your hand is up. You have a question? You need to unmute. There you go.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was a little confused, but you just answered my question.
Okay.
By the encryption, I was trying to figure out why one was and one wasn't.
Right.
Because I thought when you sent a message that it was protected, that no one could actually go and see it other than the person receiving it. So
Right. Well, they've put in place what is called a key system that only those that have a key to access your message will be able to see what you're messaging. It's like locks on the front door and the back door. Or
okay,
let's say there's a
I
tunnel.
got you. Okay, I got
it. Okay. But it's a very good question. Very good question. However, for FaceTime, they're doing it a little different. They're doing end-to-end encryption.
Okay.
Right. All right.
All right. I enjoy that FaceTime because I get to see the babies and how they're growing. So
yeah, it is a fun app. I think it's a blessing to have.
Yeah.
Now, Find My is another app that's on your iPad that you should be aware of. So let's talk about that. The Find My app for Apple devices is built in on a foundation of what is known as an advanced public key in cryptography. The Find My app combines Find My iPad and Find My Friends in a single app in the iPad operating system. Find My app can help users locate a missing device. Even an offline iPad and an online device can simply report its location to the user via iCloud. Find My works offline by sending out short-range Bluetooth signals from the missing device that can be detected by other Apple devices in use nearby. Anybody using Find? I've already turned it on their iPad. You need to set it up. So we're going to watch a video how to do so in a little while. But you need to, everybody should have Find My app on your iPad turned on. You don't know when you're going to misplace it in your home or somebody's going to come in and walk with it. I see a hand raised. Go ahead, Miss Harris, go ahead.
I use it. I have it turned on my iPad and my phone.
Awesome.
I turn it on. Yeah.
Right. So in the event, what happens if you misplace your iPad in your home, you can get another device to help you locate it.
Sure can.
So let's look at I have a short video on it. We'll watch in a little while. But before we do that, let's see how Apple does when it comes to security features. This is any Apple device within Bluetooth range that has the offline finding enabled can detect a signal from another Apple device, configured to allow Find My app and read the current broadcast key public. And this is the location of it. Now, what they're saying, if your iPad is offline, there are methods of locating it right within your home, for example, because of the Bluetooth range. But if it's like miles away from home, like you left it on a bus or you left it on a train, wherever, now that's a whole different story. So let's find out when it can help you. Okay, it says here that the encrypt location is associated with a server index, which is computed. And you don't have to understand this. This is just, again, cybersecurity, talking about what this is known as a hash 256. It's a method of encryption. And it's basically what can I say, a feature created to take your data and scramble it to the point where it's not readable by the human eye. It will take another device to decrypt it. That's what this is all about. So it says that Apple never has the decrypt key, so Apple can't read the location encrypted by the finder. Again, it's in Apple never has the decryption key, so Apple can't read the location encrypted by the finder. The owner of the missing device can reconstruct the index and decrypt the encryption location. Again, this hash SHA that's shown here, it's where it's all scrambled, and it has to be decrypted to find out. Apple doesn't have the information to do that. Only the owner of the missing device. So let's find out how that is done. So let's watch this brief video on how to use this feature.
With Find My, you can keep track of your Apple devices and supported items like your keys with an AirTag attached, and share your location with your favorite people. We'll show you how to turn on Find My, how to locate a device or item, and how to share your location.
By the way, I just want to bring to you know this video isn't talking only about iPads. It's talking about other Apple devices as well that is using the same app. So please understand that it's talking about various devices, including the iPad that you have.
When you sign into iCloud on a new device, Find My turns on automatically. To adjust it, open Settings, tap your name, tap Find My, and tap Find My iPhone. If Find My is set up on your iPhone, your paired Apple Watch, AirPods, and Beats headphones will automatically be set up too. If you turn on Send Last Location, your device sends its location to Apple if its battery is critically low, so you can see its last known location if the battery dies. To help locate a missing device or item, open the Find My app on another device signed in with the same Apple ID, or a device that belongs to a member of your family sharing group. Or you can sign in to iCloud.com/find on any mobile device or desktop browser. To locate a missing item, like an AirTag attached to your keys, tap Items. If you're looking for a missing device, tap Devices. Here, you'll see a list of your devices with Find My enabled and a map with their last known locations. Select a device, then swipe up on the handle to see your options. To help find a nearby device, tap Play Sound. Your device plays a chime, like this. Or you can tap Directions to see it on a map and track it down. If you'd like to receive a notification when you accidentally leave one of your devices behind, you can turn on Notify When Left Behind. If your device is far away or in an unfamiliar location, you can tap Activate under Mark as Lost. This remotely locks your device with its passcode and lets you display a message with your contact information on its screen in case someone finds it. The device must be connected to the internet to activate Lost Mode. Think your device is lost for good? You can erase it remotely by tapping Erase this device. Once you do this, you can still track your device, and if you do eventually find it, you'll have to restore it from a previously saved backup. You can also use the Find My app to share your location with family and friends. Tap the People tab. Anyone sharing their location with you will be listed here. Tap Share My Location. Choose a contact, and tap Send. Then decide how long to share your location. Your friend gets a notification and can choose to share their location back with you. And that's how to use Find My to keep track of what's most important to you. Stay connected with Find My.
All right, so you can see from this app, it's not just a device. You can also have your loved ones or whomever know where you are using this app. All right, so I would highly recommend you turn this on your iPad, because you never know when you'll need it. Now we're going to look at, we were talking earlier about the same Find My app that can locate your device within short range. If the device is powered off, no internet, using what is known as Bluetooth. Let's find out what is Bluetooth and how it actually functions. It says Bluetooth is a technology standard used to enable short-range wireless communication between electronic devices. Since Bluetooth operates on radio frequencies rather than infrared spectrum used by traditional remote controls, devices using this technology do not have to maintain a line of sight to communicate. So Bluetooth, as you can see from the image I'm showing here, for example, we've got a printer. This is always a good question here. I get these questions. Can I use a printer with my iPad? Yes, you can. But you would have to make sure that the printer that you're purchasing has Bluetooth communication features, because that's how you're going to be able to print from your iPad, by using a Bluetooth feature on the printer that you purchased. There's also a headphone, a wireless headphone. You can walk around your home, listen to a podcast on your iPad using wireless or Bluetooth headphone. Okay, so that's basically for what you will need Bluetooth for, is if you decide, okay, I'd like to print from my iPad. And so, yep, but you must have a printer that allows you to do so using Bluetooth technology. All right, so the security features in Bluetooth. Now there's like everything, there's an up, there's a down. Bluetooth tech security is also, there's a downside to it. There are two types of Bluetooth in Apple devices. There's Bluetooth Classic and there's Bluetooth Low Energy, also known as BLE. The Bluetooth security model for both versions include the following. So let's look at it. Pairing, the process for creating one or more shared secret keys. So what does that mean? All right, so pairing is, we're in the house together and we're using Bluetooth. And whatever we're doing, we're communicating, whatever we're doing, we want to be sure.
That's what Aaron was doing.
Confidential stuff that no one can hack in from outside and hear our conversation, or even access, we've got your iPad with all your personal information on it, and you've paired it now with your printer to print, and you've got information. You don't want that outside person coming in there and grabbing that information, right? Because there's no, so that must be in place. And then there's the term bonding. The act of storing the keys created during the pairing for use in subsequent connection to form a trusted device. So Apple has put in place for these low energy Bluetooth a system where you can turn on the encryption part of it. So inside, you wanted to print using a printer. Well, you want to know that whatever you're printing, that no one can, be outside your house roaming around, grabbing your information via your Bluetooth range, because remember, it's short range, that information from one device to the other. So they put in place what is called as a security feature to make sure that it is encrypt in doing so. Also, this is basically what I was talking about. It's called secure simple peering. It's a protection against passive eavesdropping and protection against man-in-the-middle attacks. When man-in-the-middle attacks, meaning you're doing something on you're transferring data or printing, and somebody close by comes in, whoa, picks up a signal that you're doing something that you, and they come in to grab your data. That's known as man-in-the-middle attack. They're coming in to steal your data. So they've, again, put in place this encryption through Bluetooth technology to make sure it doesn't happen. So Apple is saying it's safe to do it. You shouldn't be concerned. Whereas without this method, anybody could pass by and grab your data because it's short range. They could be outside your home grabbing your data as you print it. So any questions on Bluetooth technology before we move on to single sign-on? Nope, don't see any hands up. All right, so now we're going to look at what is single sign-on. This is something you may be interested in. It's also known as SSO. It's an authentication method that enables users to securely authenticate with multiple. And so let's watch a brief video on it. We talked about it a little earlier when we started this morning about having all these accounts, various websites, and how in the world do you keep up with all these passwords for all these, because they can't be the same for every website. You've got to have various ones. So they've created a method that's supposed to be safe for where you sign into one place, and that one place allows you to access many locations, websites or accounts with that one sign-on. But again, there's an upside, there's also a downside to it.
When navigating an app or website, you've probably seen the option to log in with Facebook or log in with Google, and next thing you know, you're magically signed in to the third-party site without even making an account. It's not magic, it's single sign-on. Single sign-on, or SSO, is a session and user authentication service that lets a user use one set of login credentials, like a username and password, for multiple applications. Single sign-on is a federated identity management arrangement, and using such a system is sometimes called identity federation. OAuth is the framework that allows account information to be used by third-party services, like Facebook, without exposing the user's password. Common social SSO services include offerings from Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and more recently, Apple. Enterprise single sign-on software products and services are password managers with client and server components that log the user onto target applications by replaying user credentials. The main advantage of SSO is the convenience it brings to users. They have minimal passwords to remember, it streamlines the signing on process, and it lessens the chances of phishing. However, SSO presents risks because it creates a single point of failure that can be exploited by attackers to gain access to other apps. Additionally, SSO doesn't address certain levels of security an app might require, and users might be locked out of multiple apps if availability is lost for the primary app or account. What do you think? Is the convenience of SSO worth the risk? Tell us your thoughts in the comments, and be sure to hit that like button.
Okay, any questions on SSO? I see one hand up. Go ahead, Anne. Anne, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. I'm a little confused.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask you, I had my hand up for the previous thing. I'm the Bluetooth. Are you saying that is encrypted and that it's safe and nobody can hack you on Bluetooth?
We're not going to say nobody. We're going to say.
Okay. We're going to say reasonably decent people. Is that what we're going to say?
Yeah,
Not
there's
criminals.
that they're built into their Bluetooth security feature for your iPad that if you decided to use Bluetooth within, and short range between two devices, that your stuff is encrypted.
Okay. Now Find My Phone. Do you have to have an Apple device other than the iPad to do the Find My Phone?
No, you can have an Apple, a non-Apple device, another device. In fact, you're going to need, all you need is the app on another device to help you iPad.
Okay.
Not to be Apple.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a little confused this morning, but
No, well, those are very good questions. I'm sure there are others right now, perhaps wanted to know the answer to those questions. So they're good questions. Keep asking them.
well, yeah, because I'm really trying to understand this all this stuff that's on here, and now this single sign on. If you use this, this application is just it has a, like, you have a like a identification or credentials to use it. You have to have certain aspects to it.
Okay, so that's another very good question. As mentioned in the video, if, say, for example, I have several email accounts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to remember to log into each one of them every time? No. I can log into one, and that one will allow me to access the others, depending on if, for example, if you see on my screen right now, see where it says service provider? That's Gmail. This is Microsoft. This one here, I don't remember what provider it is. These are a group of providers that got together and say, okay, since you're a member of my group, I'm going to allow, you can use your login credentials to access any of these sites. And that, if I have many Gmail accounts, I can log in. I can also use the one login that very morning. Let's say I logged in, I came in and logged in, and I wanted to go to Microsoft, use a Microsoft product, and I need to log in. Well, guess what? I don't need to log into Microsoft anymore. I've already logged in to Gmail.
Gmail. Okay.
They're going to allow me to go straight in here.
Okay. I got you.
Single sign-on.
I'm learning a lot this morning.
No,
okay.
This is good. These are good questions. This is what I used to teach years ago to those who are interested in cybersecurity. And this is heavy stuff. This is not lightweight stuff. So I expect questions. I expect concerns. You want to know?
I'm going to admit that my mind is getting a little feeble. So I'm trying to keep all this upstairs.
Right. Over here, you see, notice the image here. They've got a couple devices here. There's a request to access any of these applications. So I sign into my device in the morning, and as I now have access to all of these different providers. These are website locations. That's what is, break it down, simple term, single sign-on. Sign in once, having access to many.
Thank you very much.
All right. I see Sheila. Sheila Lewis, your hand on mute, and Brenda, you both can unmute, and Sheila, ask your question first, and then Brenda second. Go ahead, Sheila.
Oh, okay. I'm getting feeble too. Okay. So my thing is it really necessary to have the single sign-on when you got your own iCloud key?
No. If you got an iCloud keychain, you don't need single sign-on.
Right. That's what I was thinking, because
you got all your websites,
you add all that stuff, you add all that stuff together, and you got this single sign-on, and the woman on the video was talking about OAuth, and I'm saying, now wait a minute, I said, if you got the key, you don't need all this stuff.
No, you're absolutely right. You got that key.
Right. That's what I was thinking. You know, that's so as long as I got the key, I don't need, because they were saying the single sign on, some of your stuff won't be encrypted, won't be locked.
Exactly.
Right. When you turn it on and see, I'm a person that believes your stuff should be locked every time you get on to something where you gotta use your name, your credit card or whatever. It should be locked.
Yep. Because those credentials to access it is what gives hackers access to it.
Yeah. So
that's why
that's what I was
safe.
So that's what I was saying. I was getting feeble because this
Well, you
stuff
got
is
it, you have it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Brenda. Good morning, Brenda.
Good morning. Teresa, now, if I put the Find My app on my Android phone, can I use my iPad to find it? Because sometimes I misplace my phone. So would that work?
It doesn't have to be the same Apple device. It could be another, as long as the app is existing. You'll need to log in. Remember, what you need to do is log. Let's go back and show you where it is you need to log in. Oops, moving forward. You just need to log in to this. Let's see. Oh, I thought I had to log in here, somewhere here. There's a login. All you need is to log into a server. And to access that server, you can serve it from any device, as long as you have internet access, of course.
Right. Okay.
That's all you need.
Okay. Okay. And I can use my iPad to find my phone.
Yeah, you sure can.
Okay, great.
That's
all
what
right.
that is about. All right, next person we have Catalina. Go ahead, Catalina. Good morning. It's nice to see you again. Catalina, unmute.
I just got confused again.
Okay.
When she said she had an Android phone that she's trying to find with her iPad. You can't do that, can you?
Yeah, if you let's say you misplace your iPad.
No.
You can go, you can get your Android phone and log in there to locate where your iPad is. But
no, how about the opposite way? You can't find your Android phone with your iPad.
I would think so. That app is universal. I think that app is universal, meaning it doesn't matter what device. The app is, yes, universal.
Okay. Another thing I had.
But I would think so. When I did, I tested it and I was able to locate all my devices in my home.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Very good question, Catalina, and it's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Right. Moving ahead, let's move on now. So that single sign-on, as I mentioned, again, it's an identification system that allows websites to use other trusted sites to verify users. This frees the business from the need to hold passwords in their database, cut down on login troubleshooting, and decrease the damage a hack can cause. Now they're saying that the SSS system works as an identity provider, sort of like an ID card. For example, if you get pulled over for speeding, the police officer doesn't have to know you personally. They can just look at your license and see that your state vouches for your identity. So that's what that single sign-on is about. All right, so now you've been hearing about airdrops. Anybody been using airdrop?
Yeah, I used it a lot.
You use airdrop? You want to talk about how you use it?
Yes, I actually used it in the cookbook because I had taken a lot of pictures on my iPhone that wasn't in my iPad, and I wanted to use my iPad to forward the pictures through Pages. So I turn on, I hit my I go to what is it? I go to message, right? And after I go to message, I hit AirDrop, but then I have to turn on my photo section in my iPad to receive the pictures. And then they just have to be close to each other. And my iPad, I press send on my iPhone, and my iPad asked me if I wanted to accept it. But my photo section app has to be open in order to accept it. So I accept it, and then it automatically goes into my photo section.
Thank you
And
for sharing.
I use it, I even met some strangers that I've taken a picture out, when we're out somewhere, and I asked for a copy of the picture, and they said, well, I airdrop you. So they airdrop me right on the spot. So I like airdrop because it's you can send videos and everything.
That is the way to use it, Lynette. Yep, that's it. So what Lynette just explained is that she had taken photographs on one device and wanted it on another, right?
Right.
That's what you did. And so with the two in mind, you just airdrop them, the photographs from the phone onto your iPad into Pages. That's basically what you did. Yeah. So AirDrop uses a cool way of transferring files between Apple devices. It uses Bluetooth on your device to broadcast and create connections between two devices. Then it uses point-to-point Wi-Fi to transfer the data between two devices, but they must be within a certain distance of each other to utilize AirDrop. All right, so hold on before we go there. Now, what about is AirDrop encrypted? Let's find out. AirDrop security Apple devices that supports the AirDrop uses Bluetooth again, low energy BLE, and Apple created a peer-to-peer Wi-Fi technology to send files and information to nearby devices, including AirDrop capable iOS devices and iPad. The Wi-Fi radio is used to communicate directly between devices without using any internet connection or wireless access point. This connection is encrypted with TLS. TLS is another encryption method that's I'm not going to get into because it wouldn't make sense, that scrambles your data. Okay, scrambles your data, not readable for the eye. So is it safe? Yes. Not 100%, but they're saying trust Apple, that they'll take care of it. All right, so Apple devices that support Wi-Fi password sharing using a mechanism similar to AirDrop. When a user selects a Wi-Fi network, which is the requester, and is prompted for a Wi-Fi password, the Apple device starts what is known as the Bluetooth Low Energy, BLE, advertisement indicating that it wants the Wi-Fi password. Other Apple devices that are awake in close proximity and have the password for the selected Wi-Fi network using BLE to request the device and a password. So what they're saying, let's say there's a group of you, as Lynette said, that sometimes when with strangers, she's out, they take a picture and she wants a copy of that picture, so they airdrop it to her. That there's certain features in place that, especially where there might have many people with various devices in a group very close by, that when a password is requested through AirDrop, that the encryption goes into place. Whenever there's a need for a password, they're seeing here. It says here, when a user selects a Wi-Fi network and is prompted for a Wi-Fi password, the Apple device starts what is known as the Bluetooth Low Energy advertisement, indicating that it wants the Wi-Fi password before they can access, send request information. All right, so I have one last thing I wanted to share so that you can at least give you an idea of how to identify, avoid, and report. This is just an added feature added to the, this has nothing to do with Apple, but I just wanted you to get an idea of how to identify, avoid, and report phishing, which is what many of you experience via email, iMessaging. I mean, I get it every day. Every single day I'm getting this stuff on my email account.
And it's real annoying, isn't it?
How to identify and avoid phishing. Phishing is a scam designed to look like it's coming from a real company like Apple. These scammers send fake messages to trick you into sharing your personal information, like your social security number, your bank account, or your passwords. This information is then used to steal your money, your identity, or both. Here are some things to watch out for. Phishing could start with an unsolicited email, phone call, or text that claims it's real, but does not come from a legitimate source. They might use generic greetings, bad grammar, or links to fake websites asking for your information. But some phishing attempts can be harder to spot. If it seems suspicious, never click on any links, never open any attachments, and never give out your information, even if the link, caller, or website seems legit. Just remember, Apple will never ask you to send your personal information over email or text. Phishing can also show up on the web. You might get a pop-up claiming you've won some money or a special prize, or a warning about your device that looks like it's from macOS or iOS. These alerts might ask you to call a fake number or install a phony app. But here's a better idea. Close the entire window instead. Now here are more tips to avoid a phishing scam. If you need to change your Apple ID password or iCloud information, do it directly from the Settings app or System Preferences. On the web, make sure you go directly to the right website, like appleid.apple.com, instead of following a link. In Safari, you can check for the lock icon in the URL bar to confirm if a website is secure. And if you get a phishing email designed to look like it's from Apple, forward it to reportphishing@apple.com. Now that you know what to look for, hopefully you'll be able to spot a fake when you see it.
Okay. And this is every day. I'm sure some of you are bombarded. I received one just yesterday from a personal friend. Oh, hi, how are you doing? I haven't shared these photos with you recently. Here's the link. I'm sure you've been waiting for these photographs. Should I click on that link?
No.
I
No.
don't even know the
No.
Exactly. But it happens every day.
I get those
They
too.
find different methods to get to.
They've got one now, Miss James, that they are calling you and telling you that you can get this money to pay bills or whatever else you need to do with it, and it's coming like from one of my friends. He's a lawyer, and I hadn't heard, and I thought we were already friends, and so that was how he got into my message. And he wanted to know if I wanted him to send me the link. And I remembered that I had last year, somebody tried to do that to me and I wouldn't call the person. And I found out that was a scam too. So he said, no, Ann, he said, I'd have called you up direct and told you about that. I said, yeah, I figured you would have been. I said, I just letting you know that somebody's using your name and mine to spread propaganda.
Yep. Okay, so I don't see any hands raised, so I'm actually on the iPad going to the keychain setting, so you can at least see what we were talking about keychain. Hopefully it will show up pretty soon on yours as well.
Okay, I see it.
You're seeing it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I went to the settings, and in keychain, as you could see, there's keychain. You can, it says iCloud and keychain securely.
You went to settings and then where did you go?
And typed in the word key in the search bar.
Oh, okay.
And I'm able to access it. And here it is. It says it securely store passwords, credit cards, and more in iCloud autofill information in Safari and other supported web browsers on your device. I can turn this on. And it should ask me, it says that this feature uses end-to-end encryption to keep your data safe. An iPad code needs to be created to enable end-to-end encryption. Now, my iPad, I don't have it set up with a code. So it's telling me in order for me to even use this, I need to set up a code first. Okay. And then I must continue. So that's how you begin to set up. If you decide to go with Keychain, that's how you go get started with it. All right.
Yeah.
Any questions on this? All right. So I'm just open for questions then. Yeah.
I was just thinking, Miss James, all of this stuff is good to have, you know, but I was just thinking it's so much stuff because you have to set it all up and then you have to remember, you know, and you want to go to different places. I mean, it just seemed like it's a whole lot, dude. I was like, write it all down in a book and keep it on the shelf and I'll be good. But
well, that's exactly what I do.
Yeah, I just keep my
I
hand.
have it all written down in a little notebook. I
Well,
do.
it's good to know that we have this information available to us for those of us who want to use it. And I appreciate you telling us all about it because we know it's there if we want to use it. And
Right.
I thank you very much.
Right. Right. That's basically it. Lynette, thanks for sharing that.
Miss Teresa,
Reese,
when will this video be available for us to look at it again?
Well, I created it, so I guess I can, if you need a link to it, I can send you the link. If that's what you prefer, I'd be happy to do so.
Oh, okay. All right.
You just ask me, you know, and I'll send you the link so you can watch
Okay.
it.
All right. Because it was something last week that you did that I now I've just seen this. Now I'm confused with that. So I told you my mind is getting feeble, honey. I have to hold on to what I can grasp it on a daily basis.
Well, that's nothing new, Anne. It's happening to all of us. We're overloading our database.
That's right.
We're overloading it with information. That's what we're doing.
It gets kind of scary though, because I have like my brain is sort of like a sponge. So when I can't pull something up right away, it makes me scared that I might be getting senility or Alzheimer's. And I think that would be about the worst thing ever to happen to me.
Wow.
Well, you should talk to your physician about your concerns about that, because there are things that they can do to kind of delay it. There are habits and stuff that we can do to make sure that we're as healthy as we can. So that's something that all of us, maybe our short-term memory, I always say it's just further back in my computer brain. I have to wait. You know, I know I just saw that person at the store, and now who is it? I haven't seen him in a long time. And it takes me a few minutes and it comes to me. So, you know, that's something you should discuss with your doctor. Shouldn't run from it. And I'm making my
I'm not
household.
running from it, honey. In fact, when I went to see him on the emergency last week when I was having all that breathing stuff going on, I'm seeing him again on July the 3rd, and I told him I hope that the firecrackers don't blow my brain away, but I told him I want to talk to him about things, and he said, Ann, he said, I walked in my office the other day, and he said, I couldn't remember why I went in there. I said, uh-oh. I said, I guess we'll be going to the same things, challenges. He said, we're all getting older, and he said, sometimes you got a lot in your head and you can't remember everything. So
Well, what I was going to say was I'm trying to arrange my household affairs so they're as simple as possible, because the world is complicated. You know, I put my bills on auto pay. I'm trying to get rid of some books and stuff, trying to make things as simple as possible, so that sometimes you can be. It's helpful for me to do things like that. So I'm not saying accusing you like I did say run from it, but I'm just saying we have to embrace ageism.
Yeah.
Take good notes.
And in
Ann.
order to and to whatever you said, Yvonne, I think you're right. I cleared out a whole lot of stuff out of my house and I've become a minimalist because the less I have, it's less I have to deal with. You know what I mean? So it's like clearing out your house and clearing out your brain, and because this is issues that we all are going to face.
Right.
Yeah, and then
less is more. Less is more.
Yes,
just like that class we had on cooking, and where they said you're a cook. Now I had a young man who came to help me organize, and he just texted me over the weekend and asked me that I need him to come back. So I'm taking a picture of the refrigerator before I go to the store, so I know what I have in it. Do I need another magazine subscription when I can just get it online? So making things so that I can age in place. Now I don't want to move. I mean, my cost of living, my condo is. I'm glad I got it when I did, because I couldn't afford to live in DC right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And all you got to do is take good notes. And
Okay, so I'm looking at the message line. I see that a few people.
Sorry, Brenda. I had to take a personal call. I'm sorry. What did you say, dear?
I said take good notes.
Oh, well, I know that. And if I can't, I can always call you, because I know you got plenty.
I take notes for me. These are my notes. I understand my notes.
Well, I take notes too. When I come from the third floor and I know I need something from the first floor, I write a note on the third floor and say, bring this up from the first floor.
Okay.
I mean, notes are helpful.
Yes.
Well, I got note of post-ums, and when my aides asked me, she said, I see you got a post-em note on the door for me. I said, yeah, because I said by the time you get here, I might have forgot what I wanted you to do. So if it's an add-on, an extra, or it's an area where we're going to be working, I said I just have to start sticking stuff up on the door.
Yeah,
Okay.
notes are good. Yeah.
Just wanted to share something before we leave out. I noticed we have Jennifer who's sent a caution here. Jennifer, are you there? Asher, are you there, Jennifer? She cautioned us on, I don't know if any of you saw the messages in the chat. She says, never use the wallet case for phone and add your credit card and any ID or license. Recently, my phone was stolen while traveling and I lost credit cards, driver's license, and difficult time to get everything replaced. Had to purchase new iPhone. She said she also tried to locate her iPhone using the app, and she said she's only able to locate the street it was where it is located. She said, it says, I used to find my app when my phone was stolen in Jamaica. However, it only gave the street and city. Wow. But that's very good advice, Jennifer. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Teresa.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Go ahead, Gracie.
Teresa, I know with the Find My, I was just, when you were saying about when they've lost it and the location and it should show all of that, I was wondering, would that be a good something, like sometime your children, like the little boy that got lost the other day, say if he had a phone on him, could his mother have located where he was if he had that enabled on his phone and say her phone?
Yep.
Yes.
So it had this upsides and it has its downsides. It does.
Well, I have a pin on my phone because I can't even dial a number. It always pops up and asks for the 4-digit code. You can do the same thing on the iPad. So, you know, if someone got my phone and I've lost the phone many times, they can't get in to get anything.
That is not true because my phone had a PIN code and the person that stole it was able to access it.
Whoa, they had a pin.
Yes. Yes.
Whoa.
It
Was
it
it an
was
Apple phone?
stolen by the baggage in the baggage carrier area. And they have tools to search luggage or to scan luggage and find out if there's any electronic equipment. My phone actually fell in there by accident when I had to give in a third item. I had to send it to the baggage area. So they know how to access it.
Well, you can have your carrier to lock it up. You can have your carrier to lock it up because I've had that to happen, and then you have to go through some stuff to get it unlocked. But you can call T-Mobile or whoever you got and tell them that your phone is lost or stolen, you don't know where it is, and you want them to shut it down. So the person will not be able to access anything.
I think the biometrics are a good way to go. I have that on my iPad and on my phone. So nobody has the same fingerprint as you. So I think that would be a safe method to locking your devices.
That's another one. You all remember some years ago that there was a court situation where it was a criminal and where Apple was refusing to unlock the iPhone for criminal, for whatever the case, litigation. No, it's not that easily done. So I don't know how they managed to get into your phone. In most cases, when somebody accesses your phone, it's somebody who knows your code. Most cases.
Or they don't have a very secure.
Exactly. A very simple
1, 2, 3, 4. Simple codes.
Yeah, very simple.
You got a real simple code. Yeah, they can unlock it because simple codes are easy for them to try and get in them.
Right. I had a simple code. 1, 2, 3 or something like that. They're gonna figure that out. Yeah, until they get it.
Or like Brenda and I have pets, and so does Denise. And I've used the pet's name. And so I switched it around a different way. But somebody tried to get in my Facebook page.
But usually when they in your Facebook page, it's an impersonator. What some people do is they take your picture and create another account.
And I got one going on right now. And if you see me or looking for a friend and you don't see a picture, just a person, do not click on there.
And they also ask, send a friend request. Why would you send a friend request if you're already a friend? So
it's identity theft. It's identity theft.
Right.
Yeah.
You ignore that as well.
And then what will happen is your friends soon will get a thing saying something like, I'm in so-and-so country and I lost my ID. Can you send me money? Or what's the other one? Did you hear that Facebook was giving out grants? Did you get yours?
Yeah.
Did you hear one of our friends in the sorority died? If somebody in the sorority died, believe me, I would have known 2 minutes after they died. That's how great that is. So, and they know how to dial numbers. But I just saw because in fact, I don't know if it was Ron or somebody brought it to my attention that I was looking for friends. I told them I got too many of them already. I ain't looking for none.
Well, there's a new scam that's going on because one of my friends had it. They'll say, well, your property was sold, your house was sold at a residential sale. And they send you this thing and it looked like it's from U.S. Superior Court. And I had to tell my friend, I still had to go over there to see her. I said, first thing, if they're going to take your property, they're going to send a certified letter, right?
Right.
If the IRS has something, they're not going to send an email, right?
Right.
They're going to send a
And
certified
they're
letter.
not gonna telephone you either.
Right. And even if someone says that, oh, well, you had that debt, you haven't paid it, and it was from about 12 years ago, you know what you say? What address do you have for me on file? Don't give them no address. I said, send the information to me in writing. I do not take care of no business over the phone.
Amen.
Very good, Yvonne. Very good.
These scams, they're out here trying, they were trying to get her to pay some money. She already had paid the property tax. She got the receipt because she had arrears, but they trying to scare you and think that you'll come up with some money and you'll do it fast. They giving her a Western Union thing. I said, that's a scam. Let's go down to the DC finance. And they didn't want to go. I said, let's go down there and let them tell you that. Take your receipt with you.
Also, they have a thing out now for T-Mobile talking about you can get a free phone from T-Mobile is offering a free phone if you take the survey. And that's a scam. It's a scam.
They really doing that because they done sent me a postcard, a message on the phone, a letter, and I sent both the letters back. I said, return the sender dead.
Oh, here's another one. They
want before we go there, we've got Diane been waiting to she's raised her hand. So let her speak, and then we'll get back to you, Yvonne. Go ahead, Diane.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
The IRS did call me one time years ago, and they identified themselves as the IRS, and they they said, we only have to ask you one question. I said, yes. They said, do my seller's lease live with you? I said, yes. They said, thank you, and hung up. And my husband had to pay all them back taxes because both of us was claiming them.
Wow.
Okay. Now, Yvonne, share with us.
Well, that's why I was saying I don't tend to know business by telephone. Just for the reason that she said that. What she said is because you don't know why you are that. I can't see no ID or anything like that. But I'm just telling you, July is coming up. It's going to be the tax sale. What do they call it? The real estate tax sale.
Tax sale.
Yeah, and if you don't know, I'll say this briefly and land my plane. In the District of Columbia, they will have tax sales once a year. It'll be listed in the paper. And people can, what they do is pay the taxes, but they don't get the property right away. So if you, by chance, if someone's on this call and they owe property taxes and someone pays it, what happens is the person that does that gets a tax certificate. The person who owed the taxes on the property still has 36 months to pay the taxes plus 18% interest. That's why some people I do this as a business. That they'll have those classes on TV. They say, "Oh, you can get property from there," but it's not as immediate as you think it is. So even if you got a great aunt or somebody, she died and the property taxes haven't been paid and sale is going up, you want to check into it and make sure. And that's how some seniors make money. They'll pay the property taxes of $10,000, but they won't get anything until 36 months later when they petition the court so they can become the owner of the property, or either the owner pays and they get the money plus 18%. And I'm landing my plane, but I just don't transact any business over the phone.
Thank you for sharing, Yvonne. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right,
and they also have the policeman calling you up and telling you that he's coming to get you and giving you, and he's using a name at a Pacific precinct. So if you like, I live in Ward 7, so I'm in 6th district. So I call the 6th district because I know pretty much, in fact, a lot of people that work in 6th district, I taught them in kindergarten. So so a lot of them I know pretty much most of the names over there because I'm a person that when I see something, I call 911. So I told him, I said, I don't recognize your name. I said, I'm really familiar with I said, but I think you made a mistake there. He got real ugly. So I said, well, you have a good day. I hung up. I called over to 6D and I asked for the sergeant. And she said, Miss Dennis, she said, who's harassing you? I said, somebody pretending to be. I said, do you have a Michael Owens over there? She said, no. I said, well, he's going around calling people in River Terrace, telling them that something about they've been reported that they're doing some. I was a drug queen. I thought, honey, I take too much medicine. I don't have time to be a drug queen because I'm too busy trying to stay well.
Talk to them stuff. I don't give them conversations. If it sounds funny, I hang up. And most of the time, I don't even answer the phone if I'm not familiar with the numbers.
Wise decision.
I just want you all to know I'm going to leave the line open because we have Ron at noon, but I'm going to exit because I have other things to do. So thank you for participating in today's class. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon and tomorrow. Okay. God bless.
Thank you. That was very informative. Very.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Diane, Lynette, and Cassandra. Now I've got the yams and the pie crust to make your pies, but you gotta be able to pick them up the same day. I have no room to store. You all need to let me know what date you want them this week.
Okay, where do you, could you put in the chat where you live?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna call you. I got your telephone numbers, but I just want you to know, think of a date. And then I'll call you and see if you all can agree on the same day.
Okay.
Those yam pies must be good. Yams and sweet potatoes.
In that red basket.
Diane kept saying she wanted one, and I decided I'd make her one. So the other two ladies asked, so then I just got enough.
I'm not trying to get. I just wanted to know whether yams or sweet potatoes.
Now Power Wash gives you the power.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me, ladies. Bye-bye. See you all later.
All right. Bye.
They say sweet potatoes in the grocery store, but they yams. But when you open it, they be yellow and orange. Sweet potatoes is white. White. A real sweet potato. My daddy used to grow them. So
I-A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rebellion. Is A1C? It's down with Rebellion. We have a cover that goes over.
Someone talking on the phone?
Yes. Hi everyone. Please turn off your TVs. I hear a very loud TV in the background.
Did Denise announce that she was in the hospital?
No.
But I hope everyone enjoyed today's
That's why I did. That's why I called you.
We're gonna have Ronald come on in about 5 minutes or so. So again, everyone get something to eat, something to drink, and Ronald will be starting in about 5 minutes, everyone.
Alice, can you order me something to DoorDash? I'm waiting.
Oh, I wish I could. I
I'm
enjoy
just kidding,
spending
Alex.
time
I'm
with
eating
you.
a curry chicken sandwich with lettuce and tomato, and I got some coleslaw. I wish I could send you
Sounds so
some.
good. I just
Thank
finished
you.
my kale with smoked turkey.
Oh wow, Miss Yvonne, that sounds good.
Alex, I won't be on here tomorrow. I'll be out trying to find them shoes for this last minute engagement party. I had all day Saturday, still haven't found no shoes. So I won't be on tomorrow. I'll be like, oh Jesus, but I'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay, thanks for letting us know.
I'm like, I'm trying to
Alexander,
find these shoes.
where do I find out about the lineup for June 16th?
We're still getting that together, Miss Yvonne. So just you'll hear from us, okay?
Okay, I want to make sure that how many minutes will I have?
Again, I'm not the owner of the project, so please just wait until you get a call.
She'll be excuse me, Alex, but she'll be calling you probably today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I just got off the phone with her.
Yeah, thank you, Ann. Appreciate
You,
that.
you're welcome, darling. I took you off the plate.
Hey.
Yes. Hello, Ronald again. Everyone, please thank Ronald for hosting today's lunch club. We appreciate it. I'll be back on in about an hour and some change. So
I like that shirt, Ronald.
Well, thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
Hey, y'all. How's everybody?
Hey,
Hey,
Ronald.
baby, how you doing?
Hey, Ronald.
I hope all is well with everyone.
Is Ronald the only male on the phone?
He wasn't earlier, but the others seemed to have disappeared.
What happened to the men?
Well,
I think they scared.
I talk sports with the ladies, even though there are no men. They got good questions and good answers too. So if they don't want to join,
What's that field behind you, Ronald? Is that a soccer field or what field is that?
that's a brand new stadium in Munich, Germany. It's called Alliance Field. And in Munich, they built this one, and I put that intentionally. It cost about 750 million to build. So I was looking at that to see what could replace RFK here in DC. It doesn't have to be one of them great big retractable domes and the great big scoreboards and all that. Just a real good stadium, and I like the architecture of this one. And I'm hoping that DC can take some notes of some other stadiums, and we can have a good one.
I hope they
Munich,
don't have
Germany.
the stadium. I hope that they don't do the stadium in DC. Let them have it in Virginia. We got a soccer stadium. We got a baseball stadium. Do you go to any of those games?
Thank you very much. Yeah, after a while, we'll get the thing to cover that vent out there. Yeah.
Like winter,
Huh?
like after the fall.
All right.
You don't want a new stadium over by RFK?
Okay.
No, I don't.
All
I
right.
think we need a campus for the University of District of Columbia. You go to those games and see who's at the game.
Football game?
Baseball games, soccer games, hockey games. We need a campus for the University of District of Columbia. They need to take some of that, some land. We got other things that the city needs other than a football stadium.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
How many games have you gone to?
How many games have I gone to? Football?
Yeah.
Many.
I had season tickets when they were at RFK.
Oh, you had season tickets.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anybody else on here have season tickets?
Me.
Well, that was back then.
How much are the season tickets now?
I haven't bought anyone lately, but I'm sure. How high they were going, Ronald?
I haven't even wanted to know what this team
thank you.
What this
Because
team
I got sick of Snyder, but anyhow, he's gone on the on the bye-bye list.
Yeah.
Okay, what you need? What we need? What you looking for?
My keys.
Who is this person on there?
Look up,
Miss Walker. Miss Walker, mute yourself, darling, until you finish
I'm
your
sorry.
conversation.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
You know-
baby. We know you was.
You know I'm coming back to you, Miss Walker, but
Yeah.
as far as season tickets go for this new name, this new team, no. This ain't the football team that I supported back in the day.
Yeah, well,
Because-
$1 billion we could have a whole new technical institute in the District of Columbia. We could have a whole new hospital. We could have we don't
We're
have
gonna get a new hospital. I guess you knew that, right? You know we're getting a new hospital.
Yeah, but you have to understand when they say trauma 1, 2, 3, and 4, what it means. So the trauma 2 is not a hospital like Georgetown and GW.
That's true.
So you have to look under the what do you call it? You have to look at the fine print. So it for me it'll be more than it will be emergency room, an urgent care place, but it will not have a state of the art where do you go get your breast examined? It won't be a cancer facility. You know, like we know what GW is known for heart. Georgetown is for cancer. So it's going to be a trauma 2 hospital. So it's not
Well,
going to be a medical center.
that's
Excuse
not
me,
what
Med
that's
Star
not what I
is known for
understood, but
cancer
I
too.
will look into that because
Yes, do look into that. Look into
yeah,
that.
because I'm one of the lay people, advisory councils to the district that are looking into stuff like that. And I'm glad you brought that up, and I certainly will bring it up in the next meeting.
Well, before you bring it up in the next meeting, you ask what kind of hospital is it? Because
that's the only place I can do it is ask what kind of hospital it is.
Right, and is it a hospital or a medical center? There's a difference. And what level?
I do understand that.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
ladies, check this out. There are other terms and projects that folks have presented for that land over at RFK. Some folks say make affordable housing over there. And some folks say just DC needs its own mall.
Don't need no mall.
Well, DC don't have a real mall, but this is just the talk.
They're trying to put that over there by where electric company is, you know.
We don't need a mall.
They're saying that land could be used for other purposes, and I'm agreeing with you, Yvonne. A lot of stuff is on the table, but this particular stadium right here in Munich, Germany, didn't cost half as much as what these new stadiums have been built, like in Las Vegas, or the one out in LA called SoFi. Those are big billion-dollar projects, and I don't think we need all that right now. But I just put that picture up there because I thought it looked cute. But anyhow,
I got you. It do look so cute, but I don't like the $700 million bond issue that will have to come with it.
Perhaps you're right. But the main source of sports for tonight.
Someone needs to mute.
Somebody got the mute, please.
Mute
It's
everybody.
me. I'm sorry. Go on.
Telephone ring. The dog will be barking in a minute, but we're gonna keep going anyway. Over the weekend, the last of last week, we saw basketball. We saw Miami get punched in the face again by the Denver Nuggets. So
what about the mascot, Ronald?
The mascot?
Did you see that where the guy was supposed to do a prank and with the mascot and he beat him and hurt him?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
I'm coming to that. That's kind of
sorry, Ronald. Sorry. That's all right.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm glad you brought it up.
Don't laugh, Ronald.
I was a real sports fan right there. Anyway, that was Colin McGregor, that fool from over there in England.
Somebody didn't tell him what he's supposed to do, did they?
Well, he offered, let me give you a little backdrop here. That's the one that talked all that trash to Floyd Mayweather.
Oh, I didn't know.
Conor McGregor is an MMA fighter. You know, the boys that kick and elbow and everything.
Oh, okay, I got you.
He offered up Floyd Mayfield, listen to that. He offered up Floyd Mayweather a couple of years back. And Floyd was 40 years old by then, but all the dude wanted to do was box. There wasn't no kicking and no scratching and none of that. But he talked several mouthfuls of stuff. And Floyd said, okay, I'll fight you. Got him in the ring, and Floyd whipped him like that elephant whipped that lion. Just because he kept signifying and talking trash. So Conor McGregor was in an exhibition at halftime of a game, And the mascot, he knocked the mascot down, then jumped on him and punched him. And the mascot is in a whole heap of trouble. So is Colin McGregor is his name. He's from England. And
Didn't nobody tell him that they didn't scream around? They didn't tell him he was supposed to pretend, not do it for real.
That's a different kind of fool that he is, honey. That's
He's
why
a fool. He's a fool.
Florida Plus is not over. You know they're gonna get it. You know they're gonna get it. So
because he had to go to the hospital, the mascot.
yes, he did. Yes,
Yeah, he's in the hospital.
Yeah, and in serious condition too. So the little money he got from taking that whipping from Florida, somebody gonna sue him for all that. So foolishness breeds foolishness. So he ain't got nothing to look forward to. But
He won't be at no more. He won't be there no more.
I'm glad you brought that. But anyway, the top 4 stories for today is NBA basketball.
Denver Nuggets tonight. Denver
Nuggets and Miami Heat will play. This will be the 5th game out of 7.
Denver gonna take it.
Denver is ahead 3-1.
They're taking it tonight.
If they win tonight, this will be their first championship in their existence.
Well, they're gonna go take it tonight.
I said that to say this. They joined the NBA in 1976. They were the Denver Rockets at that time in the American Basketball Association. But the ABA was getting ready to fold, so 4 teams entered into the NBA. Denver was the Rockets in 76, so they had to change their name because there was already an NBA team, the Houston Rockets. So they changed their name to Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets.
Okay.
Colorado was part of that gold rush that sent everybody rushing to California for the great 49er gold rush.
Oh, okay.
Denver had plenty of gold out there too, so they suggested that they become the Nuggets. By popular demand, their name changed to the Nuggets as they entered the NBA, but they have never, ever won an NBA championship. So they have a chance tonight to end it. Best of 7. They already have 3. All they need is 1 more. This is the 5th game. There's 3 more games to play. They're back in Denver tonight, y'all. So
thank you, Ronald.
Expect the city to go crazy. If they win, they have never, ever won an NBA championship. So it's going to be goofy. But Miami, they did win.
Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy and them.
Michael Jordan's son?
Well, let the truth be told, I think Jimmy is hurt. Let the truth be told.
They say Jimmy Butler is Michael Jordan's son? Is
Yeah,
that true?
I've heard that rumor too, but in fact, I watched a piece over the weekend where they put Michael Jordan's face and Jimmy Butler's face side by side, and they was critiquing how much he looks like Michael Jordan. But I'm gonna leave that alone because that's unsubstantiated, and I ain't spreading no rumors. But it's nice that somebody else knows.
It's already out, Ronald.
Yeah, it's already out, but I'm not gonna co-sign none of that. I don't know.
I'm just kidding, yeah.
But Miami needs help.
Go help them. Are you going to help them tonight?
All I can do is say, come on, y'all. That's all I can say. But Denver got their number, and I'm looking for Denver to end it tonight because they just got back home from the last 2 games in Miami. So the next 2 games will be in Denver. But
Come
I
on,
don't think
come
they're going to need.
Yes, what do you want?
You got to mute.
Barbara, good morning, ma'am. My name is Cyrus, and I'm calling with the Native American Veterans Assistance.
Miss Walker, you have to mute yourself, Miss Walker.
I'm going to just mute me, period.
Okay.
Goodbye, sir. I can't help you at this time.
That's a scam phone call. I heard that. That's a scam phone call. Okay, so Miami, this might be your last game tonight on ABC, 8 o'clock.
I'm gonna call Jimmy up and tell him he better go call Mike up and tell Mike, come on, you better tell his daddy to pray for him. Ooh, let me stop.
Oh my goodness, that's a mess. That's a mess. That's a mess and a half.
See, these women, we know basketball. We watch that stuff. We don't need no men on here. We got that down back, don't we?
Well, all right now, I'm with you. I'm with you. So, Denver, with the help of the MVP, Mr. Nikola Jovic.
Oh yeah.
Nikola Jovic. That's that big European boy they got from Serbia.
Them European boys can play some ball, some of them.
Oh yeah, with basketball and winning the national. You got a lot of good ball players, especially that #1 draft choice from France. When he comes and he's joining the San Antonio Spurs, you haven't heard much from the Spurs
since Tim Duncan. Since Tim Duncan, David Robinson.
That's right, Tony Cook, Tony and all them boys. You haven't heard.
Oh
much
yeah, Tony that used to go with Evil, Tony Parker.
Exactly. So
see, we know our stuff, don't we?
Oh yeah. That's what make me come on at noon anyway, just to talk sports.
What was his name? Tim Duncan. Yeah, he was from the islands or somewhere. Where was he from? I forgot what island he was from. Where he from?
He was from the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, Virgin Islands. Yeah.
He went to school at Wake Forest.
Oh yeah, Tim Duncan. Yeah. Then David Robinson went to play for San Antonio. Didn't Tony Parker?
They called them the Twin Towers.
That was the good old days.
7 feet on both sides, and Tony Parker dishing it out. So they were wicked back then, but the past few years you haven't heard much from San Antonio. But now, with that 7'5" youngin coming in from France, and he can dance without no music too.
What about your Wizards? What they gonna do, boy? What your Wizards gonna do? Nothing.
Again, we have nothing to look forward to in local sports. nothing to look forward to at all. So,
women's soccer. Trinity Rodman.
You said soccer?
Women's soccer. Trinity Rodman, Dennis Rodman's daughter.
Oh yeah, I read about her.
All right, then. Okay, we do have something to look forward to.
She can run like her daddy, but she's
the bomb.
But she's not as crazy as he is.
I was just going to say she's crazy as him.
No, she's good.
Of course, nobody is crazy as Dennis Rodman. That's my man.
You can say that again.
He was a rebound.
Now that part you got right.
You can say what you want to say about him, but he rebound that basketball.
He could play ball, yeah.
He could go get that ball if you shoot it and it came off. Dennis swore that ball was hit.
Yeah,
he used Alonzo Mourning. He used Charles Barkley. You name any of them. Dennis Rodman went and got the ball and gave it to Jordan and Pippen and let them do their thing.
No, but you know what I want to come back, Ronald? I want to see the roller derbies come back.
Round and around the roller derby.
So that is another roller derby.
Stuff though, but hey.
The Coliseum.
I just liked it because it got rough.
Yeah. I wouldn't miss a night.
Yeah.
At the Coliseum.
What you doing thinking about the roller derby? Ain't that awful? You thinking about the roller? That's cool. Yeah. That's cool though.
I would like to see them bring it back.
Pure entertainment like wrestling on TV. Just entertainment, that's all.
Yeah, right. You know, they have a movie called Kansas City Bombers. That's the roller derby.
That was their name.
I remember them.
Yep, Kansas City Bombers. And they had the cats and the cats. Had a little short dude, I forgot his name. I think he used to live here somewhere.
And grab you by the arm and sling you around there in front of the pack. That was some good stuff.
Yes, it was. That was
they can skate. They can skate now. They be skating.
Oh yeah.
I'm impressed with anybody on some skates, roller skates or ice skates. I ain't been on either one. Well, I got on some roller skates one time up Calorama Road.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm holding to the rail and I'm inching my way around. But my brother Greg, bless his heart, He
I
said,
know I tried too, but it
he
was
said,
like,
Ronald,
oh,
he said, Ronald, don't do that.
We got a new sport to learn now.
Don't put them skates on, Ronald. I said, well, I'm gonna at least try. I got up there and holding the rail. I'm going around and around.
dude, that's the thing now.
Finally, I thought I got the hang of it. And I let go of the rail and I'm,
There you go.
you know, I'm soft stepping around.
Yeah.
This little kid came by me, woo. I went straight up in the air and landed flat on my back. Bloom, 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 bloom.
You say
And
that's
I
it.
look up who the first face I see. Greg. Ronald, I told you don't do that.
Oh, Lord. That's why I don't understand how they ice skate either. That's kind
That's cool, baby.
Oh, God.
Ever get to go to a game? I haven't been to one in a long time, but baby, them boys can skate. Skate and stop and then ram each other into them boards. I like that part.
Yeah.
I like them, and I like it. I like when they throw the gloves off and it's time to fight.
Yeah.
That's why I'm getting coached in some hockey. I need to know the rules of hockey, all that icing and offside and all that.
I know. I don't know about hockey either.
But I'm getting some lessons on hockey.
Oh, okay. Look like
it's
it's interesting, but I don't know nothing about it.
When I find out the rules and the regulations, I'm gonna share it with y'all so we'll know what we're looking at.
Right.
I'm watching them skate and watching them bang each other into them boards. That's all I know. But that's just the violent side of me. You know what I mean?
Yes, it is.
That comes from football.
Yeah.
Banging. That's my thing. But I like finesse on the basketball court too. But sometimes that basketball can get rough too.
Oh yeah.
You know,
it's not as bad as it used to be.
No, not as bad as it used to be.
But you know, we got a new sport now. They're introducing cricket.
Yes,
and that's from the west the island group of people. You gotta hit. I haven't figured out yet how to do it. You got 3 pegs and some things. That's all I know.
That's the cricket.
And they're introducing polo too, aren't they, Ronald?
Oh, polo is among the elite. Polo is their first choice.
Oh, polo, you gotta have a horse. Now we gotta work up to the horse first. You gotta get a horse and a place to keep it. No, not a horse, but a group of horses.
That's for the elite.
One horse, it takes several. You look at those guys who play polo, they got several horses, like 8 horses they keep, and they got to have a place to keep them and a place to feed them.
That's big money.
That's big.
That's for the elite.
Yeah.
That's big money, that polo. So you'll see all the aristocrats at the country club.
Yes.
They the ones with the barns and the stables and the hands and everything.
Yes.
But those, I compliment the horses more than I do the players. The horses doing all the work. I do the same thing for motorcycles.
Oh no.
Motorcycles do the best work when they be jumping up in the air and flipping and doing all that stuff. That's a good motorcycle that does all that stuff.
No. Look how many motorcycle people we've lost here just in the last couple of days. We don't need that right now. Have you noticed the golf? I got a son-in-law and his wife. He plays golf. They're very upset with the PGA. Is that the golf course?
Yeah, professional golfers
went to Saudis. Went to the Saudis. So now the Saudis own the golf.
Yeah,
They don't like that at all.
The PGA melded in with the Live It. So now there's no more PGA.
Correct. That's what I understand.
Big money always wins. Big money always wins.
Yes.
So now they're in bed with the Saudis. You're right, Ms. Walker.
Yeah,
I like to watch the race car drivers on Saturday. I like that. I don't know nothing about it. I just watch it.
What have you noticed?
You like
now they got the little bitty cars,
what they call it, Hot Wheels. And there's the little cars you buy in the store. My grandfather used to want one every time they went to Target or and wanted to buy one of those cars. And they have races now. They got races, the little bitty cars. I tell you, whatever you can make some money off, they'll do it.
The new show is building the cars from people's dreams from their favorite little. It's on Tuesday nights on Channel 4.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that Anthony Anderson and his mother?
Yeah,
Hot
Anthony
Wheels.
Anderson and his mama. She's a trip, honey.
But it come on tomorrow, and
Miss Doris.
but it come on
Comes on tomorrow night.
Yeah,
I watched it because he's a Louisiana boy, so I watched to see how crazy it was. But my grandson, and my son said it was funny. So I looked at it the first night, but I don't think that's gonna be on the top of my agenda unless there ain't nothing else.
Well, where they renewed. So
I wanted to watch it. I haven't watched it yet. I thought it came on tomorrow. You said it already came on. Huh?
Yeah, it came on last week.
Oh.
I used to look at To Tell the Truth with Anthony and his mom on there. That was funny stuff.
That was funny.
they cracks me up. So what's the name of the show on Tuesday nights?
It's something to do with Hot Wheels building. They're building cars to look like their favorite Hot Wheels.
Oh.
Be racing. Yeah, but that's the concept of the show, is to build a car that looks like your favorite or was your favorite Hot Wheels car. I told Mal I got a pile of them over in the corner. He can come and look in that box and take them to his house.
Tell him come handle that, huh?
Hey, have his own little racetrack at his house.
Make yourself a little extra change.
Look,
I meant to tell
so people,
y'all.
I'm clear. If you got junk over here and stuffed dolls and all other than the doll collection and all that other stuff, you need to come and pick your stuff up and take it to your house, because I'm not running a daycare center here.
I meant to tell y'all, I don't know if y'all already knew that Sandra was in the hospital.
No, I was trying to
try to call some people yesterday, and the only one answer was me. And I said,
well, I missed her call, and when I tried to call back, I couldn't get through. So, but I was upstairs. Yeah, I was downstairs. I wasn't upstairs when she called.
I told her maybe everybody was out. Even Bridget didn't answer even at the time, but she got her last night. And then I talked to her this morning.
How's she doing?
Well, she's doing okay a little bit. I guess she's waiting to go up to her room. But she says she might get on, so she probably will tell y'all how she feeling. She probably I don't know, maybe the next session coming up. Yeah.
Let's have
keep her in our prayers.
Oh yeah, I know she said she wasn't feeling good the other day when I was coughing and wheezing in her ear. So
let's have 3 moments of silence that she'll be all right. And the good Lord will take care of our sister.
Yes.
Amen.
Thank you, Father, for our sister Sandra. She'll be all right.
Amen.
Amen. Ronald.
Amen.
Yeah. How about Saturday? Was that the Belmont Stakes on Saturday? What was that?
Yeah, the horse race.
Yeah, what was that?
Well, that's the third leg of the Triple Crown.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just
and there's only 3 real races they care about: the Kentucky Derby, and the one here in Baltimore, and then you got the Belmont Stakes up there in New York.
Oh.
Yeah.
What was it the weekend? What was it the weekend?
Belmont.
Belmont?
Yeah.
Belmont
right outside of Brooklyn. The jockey one who lived right there in the community.
Really?
She lived right there. It seems as though the racetrack developed outside of the Brooklyn. You know, we always hear about Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Brooklyn is, yes, well, outside of that area. And he lived in Brooklyn. And this is the first time he's run the race in Belmont. So they said it'd be a lot of partying right there.
There was a
Because
celebration
the
going
jockey
on
came
there.
from there, from the Belmont area. So there would be
Also,
partying. Yes.
also, there's a lady owner of the horse that won for the
So
first
trainer, she
female
was
owner.
a trainer.
Mhm.
First time
First lady
trainer.
that went.
Y'all do be watching sports. That's cool. I like that.
Oh, I
That's
love
why
sports.
I
I love sports.
Yeah,
I
I
it
just
miss
was
have,
the
that's
first
why I
time
miss
a
with y'all
woman
on
had
Monday.
trained a horse.
That's why I
oh,
try
she
to fill in
trained
the
it.
gap.
She trained the horse. She wasn't the owner.
No, she was
Oh,
a
okay.
trainer. So
Okay, I
men
saw
rode,
the.
yeah.
That
Oh,
horse
okay.
race, that's another elite sport with
Yes, you gotta have a
$1 million
horse.
trainers and $1 billion owners.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
But,
they
but I,
got
I
that
used to
big
Money,
look.
love,
money.
I
They
used to
got
And
take
that
my
big look.
grandma. My grandma loved the racetrack.
Mm.
yes.
She
I've
could pick
never
them
seen a horse.
horses too.
I haven't even been to Rosecroft. I haven't never seen a race.
Charlestown, honey, is where we used to go.
I told
Rosecroft
myself,
was not the that type. What do you call it? Rosecroft
chariot,
was the
Those
one
were the
chariot,
ones with
that's chariot
with
race.
a little
Chariot.
feeder
with
on it.
the
That's
carrot.
chariot racing. That's
Yeah,
chariot
chariot.
racing.
Yeah.
I owe myself a Kentucky Derby before it's my turn to go though.
Well, you better. That's on your bucket list, Mama.
That's on my list. I'm gonna go
Well,
see the
believe me,
Kentucky
it
Derby.
is exciting. I went
Really?
one year. It was
Well,
exciting. It
And all
was
the ladies
really.
have to wear hats.
Oh yes,
you
we
know,
Yeah.
Hats become
you have to
famous
be
at the
dressed to
Kentucky
the
Derby.
nines, honey.
Yes,
you
honey.
No,
know,
you had,
Ronald, that's
you had
how,
to get,
you know, my
Mm.
grandfather, he used to, back in the days, he used to write numbers. And, you know,
Who?
they were, my grandfather,
Oh, huh.
back in the day, street numbers.
Yeah,
And they
I
would
remember.
go by the horses.
Yep.
Cause you could, you know,
Yep.
like
Yeah,
when
they
the
sure
first,
did.
if you play street number, the first number come out, you can do another number with a parlay, they call parlays.
Mm-hmm.
And bat on the second number, you know,
Yep.
and all that.
yeah,
Yeah, I
that
used to
was a
watch
while
him.
ago.
Street number, he writes street numbers. Yeah, people are here too. But they
Yeah,
depend on the horses.
my grandfather, we used to be
But
out planting,
But
and I
but
love
now
when the
I
radio
think
was
they
on.
do it. I think they do it different now. I think you go in the stores and they call, what is it called? Start with a K. Key or something. You see the horses
Keno,
racing.
I'm a Keno.
Yeah, you go in the store now and you can bet. I don't know if they do still write street numbers. I don't know.
They
Well,
probably do,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
not
they
much.
have a
Talk
they
about
do
it.
it, but
They
you know
probably do.
they
But
do
you
it.
know, well, hearing that reminds me of Richard Pryor talking. He said the man could book the numbers, didn't need paper or pencil.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
What
So
they trying
Well,
to
I know, I can tell you in the 30s, we lived out in Virginia, and I'd go there right after school. But we always knew when the games came, when the first horses came in, because I called my grandfather, and later on we knew where he had been because he left his pipe there. So when you always knew where Papa had been because he left his pipe. But they used to wait for the first race, and the first number of the first race, that was the first number that
Right.
came out on the street. And the
Yeah.
second race, it would be the second number that
Yeah.
would come out. We had the quote numbers man. And then the third race was the third number that would come out on the street. And that's where the numbers man would get his, you would play a
That's where
number
you
with him.
But you know,
That's
they
the
still sell
30s.
dream books, you know.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that what you call 'em?
They
Remember
probably
dream
still
books
have the same.
Yeah,
for
that's
Still have
for the
the
numbers play.
yeah.
You can look at
We had,
everything had a different number. If somebody was pregnant, that's a different
yeah,
number.
look it up. See the number.
Life is a mess. Life is a mess. Life is a mess.
I
Oh,
know.
I know what I want to talk about with y'all. I want to talk about Shaquille O'Neal.
We listen.
Shaq came under a lot of scrutiny and bad press a couple of years back when he joined the board of pizza, Papa John's. When he joined the board of Papa John's because Mr. Papa John, it came out that he had a few racist bones in his body.
Yep.
And people stopped dealing with it. So Shaq has stepped in, and he's still receiving scrutiny from a lot of black folks. Talking about how could you do that? Well, how can you sell out like that? But the man has turned the franchise around, and it's very lucrative right now. Very lucrative right now. But
Yeah.
I was pleased with Shaq a lot of years ago when a lady, well, he had a shoe contract with Reebok. And after a game, a lady and her son walked to him and said, "My son loves you, but we can't afford to buy your shoes." And that stuck with him. So in '98, Shaq closed that contract with Reebok, and he opened the contract with Walmart to make his shoes. Now, Reebok, Nike, Adidas, all those people are paying, you pay up to $200.
Yep.
For some of them tennis shoes. Shaq decided that he didn't want to do that. He placed his shoes within the $20 to $60 category, and it's selling like hotcakes.
And they're just as good. They're just as
So
good.
the man, rather a lot of folks know than that, Shaq has 68 trademarks under his name.
Wow.
Every time you turn on TV, he's on there.
He trademarks everything.
Yeah.
I have his air fryer.
Yeah, the funniest part to me is that he's a DJ. DJ Diesel is his name. Now for all those, you got a lot of youngers that like them great big wave parties and the music you can't even dance to. You just jump up and down to it. Dun, 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 dun. Shaq plays that kind of music for them, and they go crazy over DJ Diesel.
Wow.
So, there's a few things about Mr. Shaq O'Neal that people are comparing him to Nikola Jokic, the center for Denver. Up to now, Shaq was the main big man who had been in a lot of close call rallies in basketball. But now, Nikola, Mr. Jokic, they call him the Joker. He can pass, he can shoot, he can rebound. Well, at 7'1", he don't have much choice. But he's hard to stop. Real hard to stop. He'll stand out there and shoot threes all day if they let him.
Wow.
And he hits them too. So tonight, I want to know who thinks who will win.
Oh,
Who's gonna win tonight? I want Violet. Come here, Violet.
I tell you what, I don't think it's going to be, even though Miami has been my team since the very beginning. But with this guy who can stand in the middle, and as the coach for Miami said, he hasn't had any basketball training at all, and this was his complaint. And people were, this is what he said. And he apologized later, but that he hadn't had basketball training and he was playing against guys who were. Other thing, Nuggets are bigger men.
Yes.
They are bigger than the Miami team. So that's where I think the Nuggets will win, because they are larger. Just look at them when they stand. They're looking down at the referee. They're looking down at them to show you how big that Nugget team is. I remember when the Nugget team became Nuggets because they came out of St. Louis. My daughter was going with somebody in St. Louis team, and they were moving to Denver. And my daughter wanted to move to Denver with him. Nope, we gonna stay in St. Louis in school. But nevertheless, that's in the 70s. That's what happened. And they were then what did they call them when they moved and they increased the size of the league when they went to Denver, because Denver didn't have a team at that in the 70s at all. But it was best for her to stay where she did much better staying where she was. But nevertheless, I think the Nuggets will win because they are bigger. They're bigger
and
men.
they're at home. And they're at home now too.
Even I don't care if they're home or not. I just think that they are bigger men. I'm going to still root for Miami. Turn them off and wake up in time for them for me to see that they lost.
Yeah, on any given night, on any given day, you don't know who's gonna win. So that's why you play the game, right?
That's right.
That's
But they don't look good for Miami.
No, but that's all right. They'll be good next time because the Nuggets and let's hope that that this will bring Miami into to where others. Let's see, what do you say? How do you name it? That they will see, they will increase their team with some larger men also.
Also, we have to realize that Miami has one particular person who's out hurt. His name is Tyler Hero. He averaged 20 points a game for Miami and helped them get to the playoffs, but he hasn't been able to play. So they've been shorthanded, and like you say, they're not as big as the Denver Nuggets. You got Jokic at 7'1". You got Michael Porter Jr. who's 6'10" on the other side. And then you got Mr. Murray, Jamal Murray. He's been shooting lights out. So him and Jokic, so they got a squad now. They got a real good squad.
They got a mean squad.
If nothing changes, they'll be around fighting for a few more years. The rest of the league has to catch up to them.
You see where the guy put his foot out and tripped up somebody. They actually showed him, that big guy, the Joker, put his foot out and tripped up somebody. They actually showed it, how he did it. It kicked him right on, did not the ankle, but the leg, just put the foot out there so he could trip over. So, there's some, and somebody said the referees too. So I don't know. The games get so that they're all for money.
Yes.
I don't care how you spell it, who it's for or why.
Yes.
But it turns out mainly I'm beginning to think for money. Just like PGA went. So now what else if that happened, what's basketball gonna do?
I often think that sometimes in a 7-game series, the league and television wanted to be 7 games because you're right. More money, more money, more money.
That's right.
But I don't think Miami can stand it. If they do squeak by tonight, well, to me, home field advantage is really an advantage.
Yeah.
So the Nuggets are home tonight. They've never won a championship. And I'm looking for Denver to go crazy tonight.
Me too.
It's hard to go to Denver to play because you're up a mile high and the air is much thinner. And for you to run and gun and your lungs ain't used to it, you're going to be tired. But them boys keep running.
You know what? I think that's something that's true. But you know, you keep on saying that, and it happens. You can hardly breathe if they keep on telling you that you're up that high, that you're not going to be able to breathe and all. But you
You
so
got to get used to it.
yeah. So you got to. I hope that there's honesty. If you read your prayers today, it's talking about wisdom and justice. So let's hope we have some wisdom and justice tonight, that everybody will use the wise part and do some justice. Of course, we can't depend on that, but we can wish for it.
All right,
Yeah.
man.
No, that's not me this time.
No, it's not you, my dear. It's not you. Even if it was, whoever it is, it's all right. They caught themselves. We try to be cognizant of that, but sometimes it slip past us. Who else thinks Miami got a chance? Silence.
I feel like you because Denver is at home. I just think, like you said, they're gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
I believe, but that's one of the reasons why I think they're gonna win.
They've been waiting a long time for a championship.
That's right. But we say 1970.
Yeah,
that's the 70s.
The last championship they had was John Elway when he won the Super Bowl.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. So I think it's their turn. I like when the league is called a parity. When there's parity amongst the players, not one team going to win every single time, every year. So I hope that Denver wins just for that one reason. But I still feel sorry for Jimmy Buckets and the Miami team, because they keep getting this close and keep getting bumped off.
Yeah.
But they had their run too when they had LeBron and they had LeBron, they had Bosh, they had Dwayne Wade. Yeah, it was in the mix for them then. So I think it's in the mix for Denver right now.
Okay. Well,
I do. But tonight might be the last game.
Make money.
I wouldn't mind if they won tonight, so I can see another game.
I'm rooting for Denver.
Yeah, so this is Monday. If Miami wins, then probably Wednesday night it'll be the 6th game, and they're still in Denver. So
well, you know what? I'm real glad the game is tonight and not tomorrow, because there's so much going to happen tomorrow, and we better all be aware of Tuesday at 3:00, because our lives are going to be turned around. We are on tomorrow. We're really going to have with Mr. Trump having to go to jail, going to. No,
I'm worried about that.
We can laugh, but I tell you what.
no, you tell the truth. You tell the truth. That's why I giggled a little bit, because but discussing politics can get a little sticky. But he does have to face the fire tomorrow.
He's got to face the fire. And you know what? It's going. We look at those things that just a list, but you gotta understand the things that go below. I have a person that's with me in the morning who's not an American, and this morning I happened to turn on MSNBC just in time for her to see those boxes at those 3 different places. And my children get on me because I watch the political part.
MSNBC, I love it.
I have to go back, and I've been looking at it. And I thought it was just a few pieces of paper that he had. But when you look
I didn't think so.
3 rooms, you see I counted one that was at least 3 feet high and 7 across. And I said, my God, my husband worked at the National Archives, And I know what kind of things that they get in and what kind of things they have. There are things that are given to the president when he visits someplace. Trump had all that stuff. But I know I went to a reception once and they had pulled out some of that stuff. It doesn't belong to that person to whom it's given. It belongs to the United States. But I was wondering, I got to read some more. Today I'm enjoying this. But I tell you, as soon as we get off here, I'm going to the computer and I'm going to read some more about how Trump was able to get all of that material. And even though that material, it just lists something. Please, I just saved it and put it aside so I can read it later. I didn't print it out, but to look at it and see what it is that he did do, because it bothers all of us. You don't know. They said
Miss Walker, I believe that he is in cahoots with Putin. He put Putin up to go over there to that other little country. And he has shared, I'm positive, that he has shared our top secret stuff with Putin.
Yes, he did.
I know he has.
Yes,
and nobody wanted to believe me. You're the only person that has agreed to me that he is in cahoots with a lot of these countries. He stole a lot of secrets, the stuff that he should not be celebrating sharing that stuff with.
But you know what I want to know? Here's what I want to know, y'all. Since we done got into this. Who is in charge of all these confidential and secret documents? That's the person I want to get. How is Joe Biden still has his stuff from back when he was with Obama?
All right.
How did he get? I mean,
some of the stuff
there has to be some central location.
But let me say this.
But some of the stuff, Ronald, that they are allowed to that becomes declassified, that you can keep. But there's some of that stuff that I'm like you. Where is the person who's supposed to be on top of that?
Who is in charge?
What happened was, remember,
of disseminating these documents? Who is in charge of getting the documents back? I'm gonna have to call Rachel. I'm gonna have to call Rachel Maddow or Sister Reed on MSNBC to see just how that procedure goes, because that's throwing me for a loop. How did he get all these baskets full of documents marked top secret or confidential? Somebody had to get on all this stuff stored in one spot.
Somebody in cahoots with him.
Look at Walter New. Look at the guy who helped Trump, Walter New. And if you look at pictures with Trump, you'll see this little bald-headed man right behind him. The records he got, the records that Trump got, they were records from the National Archives, records that were National Archives, and he was to return them. And that guy also, Walter New, I think it's Walter, N-U is his last name. He's not a trained person. He's a sailor who went south to Florida, and he became a friend of Trump. Just tomorrow, I'm glad it's not an iPad day. That's all I can say, because I'm going to be at the computer listening to what else I would like to know.
Well, the judge has put a closed court on that. So I don't know how much of it we're going to see, because we're not even going to see him go in the building, because they're going to take him into a secret tunnel. And but I'm sure somebody's going to spill the beans somewhere. But he put a link on it because they've got security, because they've threatened to somebody's threatened to put a bomb in the courthouse.
Yeah.
So,
Is it true? That
Remember,
Trump appointed the judge that's gonna be over this tomorrow?
they haven't, we don't
Yes,
know.
he
I
don't
heard
know.
somebody say he had something.
he did, and she did make some decisions, but they're watching her very carefully, and I think she knows that if she wants to keep on being a judge, she better
Yeah.
start listening to the public and
And
listening to Donald Trump's money
And
coming
do the
under the
right
table,
thing. Just
which
do
he
the
don't
right
have
thing.
that much of anyhow. He's
right.
he's
She's not,
using. He
the
is not
judge,
as rich as he thinks. And
Right.
and I'm like you, Miss Walker. I want to know why this $50,000 to $100,000 ring that was given to him from by some big one of them big people
Saudi.
over there in Europe. His wife was wearing it on her finger.
because the
Mhm.
Saudis gave, when they visited, the
That they give
Saudis gave
jewelry.
it to her. So,
Mhm.
but it's not hers. That was a gift from the country to, and it belongs to, even though they gave it to her, it belongs to the United States of America,
Yes, ma'am.
not to her.
Now, somehow he screwed around with that, and he got that piece of jewelry, and he's got statements that said that was a gift to her.
That's what he
I
does.
want to know who are you in cahoots with?
It's
He
not
in cahoots,
cahoots.
he in cahoots with
What
all
he
of them.
did.
Places, he's in cahoots with big people in big places.
Yes.
Not no little man that's helping him. It's big man that's helping him.
Well,
Oh, y'all know something else is going on. The NFL teams are getting ready for training camp.
Yes.
what does that mean?
It'd be time for football in a little while. We'll have exhibition games. All of the teams are going into their training camps for the next 4 to 5 weeks, getting ready for the exhibition. So,
all right. Tell me about the tell me about the DC team. I won't give it any name. Tell me about it.
well, all I can say is
Pitiful.
all I can say, Miss Walker, is we don't have much to look forward to.
Hey, pitiful.
This season coming up. But all I'm hoping for is that the new offensive coordinator, the man who we calling the plays for the second-year quarterback, I'm hoping that he has gotten some people that can block. I know I say this all the time. Until you get somebody that can block, your quarterback gonna change every year, like we have in the past 8 years. You haven't had a quarterback to last you no time because he's under duress and he's running for his life.
What I tell you, my children won't come look at the game because what do I say? We need a coach. We need a coach. And
Well,
he's been here 3
fifth
years,
year.
collected a lot of money, brought in an expensive quarterback who got hurt in the second game.
He didn't have the blocking
ever since. So we need, what I've been saying, we need a coach. We got a
Well, we won't get one till next year, and
This
if
is
we
his
don't
last.
pick up
it's gonna be
This is the last year of his contract, y'all. This is the last.
and-
Ron Rivera, this is the last year of his contract.
That's right.
Well,
if he doesn't come around the corner and do some things this year, Ron Rivera will be out.
No, Mr. The coach, the man they call the coach for the DC. What's his name?
That's his coach.
He
That's
is the
his
coach,
name.
Ron Rivera. Ron
That's
Rivera.
that's his name, honey.
This is the last year.
Yeah, Ron Rivera. His contract be up this year, but that's all right. They let him. As I say, when you see him, he's looking at the game just like me. I've said this before. He's looking at the game just like I do. I'm looking and say, "Oh, what's happening?" And that's what he's doing. And then they call on him, and he reads what they tell him. What he can read that. But Miss Ann, and we're going to get a better team this year with the coordinator because you know what? I listened to Saturday at 4:30. They have the team on, and I think if the players like a person, they will do much better.
Yeah.
Yes, if they like them. You
Yeah,
know,
they have to buy
other-
into the coach. They have to buy into his system and do it the way he wants it done. But until he brings somebody in here
they
that
got
can knock somebody out the way so running back can run, or he can stand there and block until
well,
the
you know,
quarterback throws the ball. We haven't had
And they
that.
didn't get
It's
they
quite
didn't
some
get
time.
good picks this year.
They only got, well, we
One-
pulled in one, maybe two from other teams. And we have to see how they work out. You see, on that
yeah, we
offensive
got.
line, you have to have cohesion.
Yeah, well, they like.
Everybody got to do their job. One person mess up, the whole play is gone, dead.
Okay,
and
they like.
quarterback running for his life.
I just want to see that signature on that contract that says bye-bye, Mr. Snyder.
I'm not worried about that. That's we know that's going. The NFL.
Yeah, that's
No,
it.
no, we're not. If that, even if somebody on the NFL goes against it, then they got to start all over again. So I'm praying that everybody is going
The
to be
Yeah, well, I
cohesive.
think they will.
The NFL owners have to agree to the sale of the team, and they're vetting everybody that's in there, because you know they can't handle mafias and all that stuff. So they vet everything that's about to happen to the Washington team.
That's right.
I don't say the name either, Miss Walker. That infuriates me. This name.
Yes, we just have to say.
What,
Yes.
what kind of logo? What kind of logo do you have for a commander?
Me? I didn't have
Okay,
any.
I'll tell you. Now you're talking that good stuff, Miss Walker. Thank you.
I've been trying to figure that out. What kind of
I'm trying.
mascot would you have?
I don't care about the name. I don't care about the name. You see, I come from a family of 3 girls. My father played football in college, even while he was in medical school. He played football, and on the Saturday evenings, the young men in the neighborhood would come, and he'd talk football to them and how you play. That's when you had halfbacks and quarterbacks. Now, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. They say call them whatever.
I love Miss Walker. I love Miss Walker. She said so. She said I don't care.
No, I don't.
I don't care either. All I want them to do is find somebody that can block, run the ball, and play some football.
That's right. Well, I think we got some young men. I've seen some young men that they've shown as quarterbacks, seasoned quarterbacks. You know, I was really upset when what's that guy's name? Halleck? What was his name?
How you're quarterback now?
No, he's not quarterback now. They got rid of him. You know, what was his name?
Who played last year?
He was a quarterback.
You know,
the one we got from. You mean the one you used to play for
Heineke.
Heineke, yes.
Yeah.
Why did
Heineke gone? Heineke gone.
Why
They
did
should let him go.
Well,
Heineke
you know,
I think they should have let him go.
yeah, they let him go. Well, let's hope he went to another place that's better. But
Well,
look,
you know, a lot of those guys when they leave the team that we won't name, they've done it well. The teams have done well. They've excelled and all that good stuff.
They sure do. I call this the training camp for any sport you want.
Yeah.
Everybody that leaves here does a lot better when they go
surely
someplace else.
Yeah.
So
people have won Super Bowls.
After we raise them and nurture them and get them comfortable here, they gone.
But then
they go for baseball, basketball, and football.
But they trade them a lot of times too.
Yeah.
They
well,
get
you know, it's when they took that Charles Young out. He's back now, going to play. But when they take them, they play well in college. But this is a different strength, a different activity. I don't say activity, but the way the game is played, they need to take those young guys out and give them training and let them learn the game before they put them in the position that they've hired them. They need to do that. And I'm hoping this time that our new, what you call that man?
Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, the coordinator. Oh, I like that, the coordinator.
We stole him from Kansas City.
Yeah, yes, he
Super Bowl
did.
champion Kansas City.
That's right.
He's the one that got Patrick Mahomes doing what he do.
That's right.
He knew how to call plays to get him down in the end zone.
Yep,
So
yep.
I'm just hoping
I sure hope he can do it for here.
I'm sure
Well,
hoping
he
Eric.
will. He will, because
if he
I
gets,
think
if
the
he
guys
gets the
like
material to work with, he will.
the guys
Yeah.
like him. You listen to that. Listen to Channel 4. It's 4:30. I think it's Saturday evening. Friday or Saturday. Saturday evening.
It's Saturday. It's
I
Saturday.
listen to it. I listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4:30. I had to turn my daughter away from whatever we were watching.
That's the Ron Rivera show, isn't it? That's the coach's show.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it is.
Yeah. Well, this is last year. If he don't turn up the music and dance,
Hey,
he gonna be gone.
Well, because
starting off-
there's a person between the owner and the who is going to be gone, and there's the person they hired to guide the selection.
Yep, the front office.
You
the
say
front
selection? They just say front office, and every now you see this young, and it's a young guy, young black guy,
Yeah.
who is guiding
Martin Mayhew.
them. What's his name?
Martin
Martin
Mayhew.
Mayhew.
Okay, well, you remember it. He's the man and
Don't you love her? Don't you love her?
You my baby, Miss Walker. I love it, honey. I do. I really do. I really
but
do.
see
But you know that's where Doug Williams is too now. Doug Williams
Yeah.
is in charge
well,
of player
here's
development.
something else he got. He works with that man.
And
You
they
see,
won't
they
give
got-
Doug the people
we got
that he asking for.
See, we got to have people who can work together, who not fighting mentally.
Yeah. That's been our problem. That's been our problem.
We don't
last
need
year.
that. We need
All that
somebody who
harassment
can
stuff
do
been
it.
going on. It's very distracting to a football team.
Yeah.
We need.
You know,
That's what
like I
we
said, they didn't even
Especially
have
when
cheerleaders
it's
the
the
last
talk of
couple
the
of years.
town.
They didn't even have cheerleaders the last couple of years
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
due to all the court battles and harassment and all that other stuff that's going on.
Yes. You see, yeah,
We cleaning house, but I'm hoping you put the right welcome mat out there and get me some
we
ball
have. What's that man's name? Coordinator.
His name is Eric Bieniemy.
His name is the coordinator.
N-E-M-Y, yeah.
Yes,
we
he's
got
the
him from Kansas
coordinator.
City.
He's going to clean house.
Yeah.
And the guys,
Yes, they let him.
and I think
They
the
let
guys
him.
like him. I think the guys like him. That's what's important. You listen to, see if you can get some of these stations where you see nobody wants to listen to me. My family doesn't, because I've been saying it so long. I won't say it anymore.
They don't listen to you.
No.
That's all right, Miss
Well,
Walker. We're listening.
We listening to you, Miss
What
Walker.
I say?
Go on, kick. Go
We
ahead and kick.
need a coach, and he's going to be gone.
Yeah.
He gotten his retirement money and everything all invested, and
Oh,
it's
yeah, he's
not
doing
football.
swell. Now
Yeah,
that
we
now that
we
he's
gotta
cured his
get
ca-
through
now that
this
he's cured
season
his
till
cancer,
this contract is up.
he's cured
Yes,
his
is
cancer
that
now,
what it
so
is?
he's doing well.
I didn't know that.
Bless his
I
heart.
should have
Bless his
looked
heart.
that up, because they tell you everything, even what kind of toilet paper they buy.
I'm telling you that. But during the past months, they have what they call official team activities. They call them OTAs, when the team comes in and they're learning plays and they're learning each other.
That's right.
All that is done in preparation for training camp that's going to start real soon. So between Eric Bieniemy and Mr. Ron Rivera, and I swing back to the front office, Doug Williams is part of player development, but they're not getting the players that he wants. Martin Mayhew is the general manager, so it's up to him to get me the people I want. Like I said, I was very disappointed in their draft. Very disappointed.
Okay.
They didn't give me nobody that can block.
All right, that was
They're
kind of
always thinking about defense. Defense. You better score sometime, damn it.
Yeah.
But that wasn't supposed to come out. But I get a little
all right.
emotional.
Like
That's
me,
okay.
Football is an
sometimes,
emotional
But I,
sometimes you
but
get.
I,
Miss Walker and I said hell, so you can say damn it.
That's right. Look at the quarterback that they have selected. They
Help me out, Greg. Greg, help me out. Help me out, Greg.
You excuse, because the Redskins, I broke up my big toe behind the day blast the Redskins
Oh,
back
my
when
God.
what was his name? Allen was coach.
George Allen, yes,
George Allen was coach.
George
And,
didn't like rooks. George cut me.
Well, look,
He
let
didn't
me
like
tell you what. I broke my toe behind that joker.
Oh, you did?
One of them old phones was on the bed, on the end of the bed. And then the Redskins at the time, they did something. And I said, God! And I kicked my foot out and hit the phone.
Oh,
Broke
I'm
that toe.
sorry.
Yeah, got my toe. And when I went to the podiatrist, I had a little fracture in my big toe. I said, Lord, behind the Redskins. And but I didn't like no that Allen. Anyway, you said he cut you?
Yeah, back in what was that, 76. George didn't like no rookies. You know, they were they were the over the hill game.
Right, the over hill game.
Sonny
All
Jurgensen,
right.
Billy Kim.
Let's move ahead.
It was
Let's
an all
move
veteran
ahead.
team. All veteran team.
Oh,
And George Allen did not like rookies. I had a very good training camp, but George that didn't make him no difference.
Move ahead because we're now in 2023 and you talking about 17.
We talking about George Allen right now. We talking about that old joker George Allen.
I know you are, but we got to get past him. We got to get past it. We got to move on.
I'm gonna let Ron have his time every now and then.
Okay.
We got to reflect.
Where we gotta go, Barbara? Come on, Barbara. Tell it.
We got to move ahead into 2023.
Well,
so let's hope that
let's be optimistic,
the front office without the owner is gone and his wife.
And his wife. That's right.
And that the person that has been named as the whatever, not the coordinator, I haven't gotten that far, but the person who's been named to guide the rebuilding of the team we had when it was the Hogs and things of that sort. Now we got to get past the Hogs because these football players, they so slim, they look like basketball players. They're so slim.
They definitely not the Hogs. You're right about that.
You know, they're so slim. But I tell you, let's hope that what we don't see, what we don't hear, let's hope our suppositions go to, yes, that it will be an improvement, that this will come out with our coordinator acting as the coach that I've been hoping for, that he will coordinate everything so that the coach can watch the game like I do.
I hear you, Ms. Williams.
Yes.
All right,
I want to watch the game like I do.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a good team. So until we get some consistency and some cohesion, I'm looking down the road in Baltimore, Violet. You hear me?
Oh, well, yeah, me too, Ron. But look,
Baltimore for what?
Yes, I've been looking at them too, Ron.
What's the Ron? What's the quarterback's name?
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, well, look, did you see a few weeks, well, about a month or two now, the interview where they had him talking about between he and his mother negotiated that contract, and
That's
he
right.
wound up being the highest paid football player.
He wanted
I
to be
was
up
so
there with
impressed.
Lester. Yes.
Yeah,
He
that
don't have an
interview
agent.
was,
He don't
I
have a
had to
lawyer.
say,
He step in and do all that
I was so
transacting
proud of
himself.
him. I was
That's right.
so
Yeah.
proud of him.
She's so proud of him. What's he doing over there in Baltimore?
Because he's trying to do something. That's
But
why he's playing.
this is where we are. He's trying. We got somebody, whoever it is, who's trying to do something, just like the Baltimore player. Let's hope whoever they pick can request and have somebody to guide them in getting a contract with the amount, with a good amount, with a good
Yeah, well,
amount.
they're gonna do that. They're gonna do that anyway. But look, this young man, he did it. Between he and his mother, they did an excellent job, and I was so proud of them. And I kept that interview.
Kept
I
him
saved that
in
interview.
Baltimore. Kept him in
Yes,
Baltimore.
yes, yeah. He didn't say anything during the season, but when time to sit down and talk, he had all that stuff intact, and I was just so proud of how he negotiated.
Let me ask about this. Is there something about Baltimore and Washington playing, how they, I'm gonna say dates or times they play? I thought I heard something about that.
We're gonna have a
I
preseason
haven't
game.
seen the new schedule. I haven't seen the new schedule. Be nice.
I
Nice
think we're
to
gonna
play
have a
Baltimore.
preseason game with them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, Baltimore went out their way now to please Lamar. A couple of months back, they signed what, quote unquote, one of the best receivers that the NFL has ever had. So Lamar got Odell Beckham Jr. now.
Oh, he got a yeah, okay.
Odell Beckham Jr. is now a Raven. So that enticed Lamar to really get that contract settled so that he can throw that ball to Odell Beckham Jr.
All right now.
Okay.
So that's the punch that we need over here.
Yes, yes.
Can you tell? We don't even know the real name of our quarterback now.
Well, they haven't named him yet.
We don't even know the real name of the team.
It's Sam Howell. He was a rookie last year. He played the last 2 or 3 games. But now they got him up there as a starter. They're not going to pay another veteran quarterback all that money. They're going to go with this youngin right here. So get him some blocking, get him some practice. The enemy going to have a better offense. I already know that because he knows the plays to call at a certain time in the game. He can make the adjustments. We haven't had anybody that can make the adjustments.
And we got a coordinator.
Our former offensive coordinator was Turner, the son of Scott Turner, who we had as a coach a long years ago, but that infused Cowboys into our stuff. So we ain't been right since.
But that's
Eric Bieniemy gonna come in and do some good things. I'm hopeful and optimistic.
Yes, we are. Yes,
but
we
I'm gonna do like Diane Leach. I'm looking and I'm watching, but I don't believe. Kick it, Diane.
I'm going to believe.
Come on in here, Diane. Unmute yourself. Unmute and tell me all about it. I want to hear Miss Diane Leach now. Diane, come on in here, Diane. Unmute and come here.
She's still there?
There it is. Come on in here, Diane. Come on in here.
Yeah, there she is.
Ron, I'm not really interested until they start playing. It don't make me no difference. I just want them to win.
I know.
And that's all I want. I just want them to win.
Yes, and it's about time they win, eh?
Right. And see, it's hard. I'm so set in my ways. They always will be the Redskins to me. I can't think of no other thing I want.
I tell you what,
I
got
had
a-
my Redskins shirt on the other day.
All
And,
right
and I
now.
dared somebody to tell me something so I could tell them, well, that's the only team I know. Because after Dan Snyder came here and ruined them, we have to stick with the group, the old group.
Ain't that
That
the
was
truth?
exciting football. That was
All right,
exciting football.
Thomas, I see you sitting there. Come on, Thomas. Come on in here and tell me something about the upcoming football season. Come on, unmute and step in here and help me talk with these ladies.
I got a flag up here that says.
Thank you, Thomas.
I
How are you?
don't know anything about football.
Nothing?
I follow,
Oh, come on, honey.
I follow soccer.
Soccer, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somehow, Lakers bounce rustic racks of bread. But American football, I don't know at all.
Do you go see the local team play over there at the field? That pretty new field?
The soccer team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw them at CFT.
Over there at Audi Stadium.
Yeah.
That's a pretty place. That's a real pretty place.
Yeah, that's where they're gonna build the new stadium. Uh-huh.
All
Mark
right.
my word. That's my
Hey,
word.
Well, we're looking to have a real good football team this year, so maybe you'll participate and watch. And every Monday we'll talk about how
If we get another
bad.
Doug Williams, I'll be happy.
Oh,
okay.
yes, we can.
That's how far back.
They're
That's how far back I go.
That's my homeboy.
Yes, sir.
I think Ronald, their name, all they had to do was drop red and put Washington Skins, because they are from Washington. And they could drop red.
Yeah, put Washington Skins.
Yeah, and that's it. Leave it alone. Ain't nothing hard about it.
I make a point to explore a variety of
Well, if they start winning, we won't care what their name is. But for now,
like almost anywhere, there's a big gap between rich and
poor. Might
And the
lose their
relative
job after this year. What you think, Mr. Smith? You're a football fan, Gerald?
are filled with window shoppers and victories. Clearly a
All right,
world
somebody
for
with the
Egypt's more
television, get out of there.
and the gated social clubs in a place
Okay.
like Egypt.
All right, television, come on.
What you want?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was asking Miss Geraldine Smith her opinion of this matter. Come on in, Miss Smith.
Oh, I just turned in. I don't know what y'all talking about.
We're talking about your local football team.
The Redskins. Well,
Yes,
I
the
hope they do
Redskins.
better next year. They so pitiful.
Ooh, you said the right word. Say that again real loud.
They
pitiful.
Pitiful.
S-U-L, 15.
Why?
They need. I don't. It's like they, have a ghost. I don't know. Something's wrong.
Well, that's the best way to go. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
and
know.
Look forward to what's going to happen.
Yeah, until
Yeah,
you get a quarterback, until you get a quarterback. Until you get a quarterback that's going to be there a couple of years and know the ins and outs of his offense, the ins and outs of his players. That's called cohesion and consistency.
That's
Till you
called
get that,
team.
till you get that, you ain't got nothing to look forward to.
That's what you call team.
Yeah, yeah. But they have to be together for a while, like Diane said.
But you
Diane
see,
said she don't care as long as they do the right thing.
Yes, but
Thomas said he don't know nothing about football. If we had a winning team that was going to have a parade every year, he'd know all about it then.
But I don't know.
Go ahead, Miss Walker. Come on here.
What you want to talk? Let's just hope we get a team. Look, everything's on Google. I'm gonna go as soon when we turn off. I'm gonna look up Google and see who they have named, who they're considering as the each position.
Yeah, each position. Yeah.
That will help you. I know a couple of the new quarterbacks I saw, and they said that they were seasoned quarterbacks.
That's something.
One was a black
New
guy.
quarterback.
One was a black guy that they said had which we'll call it. Was his name Jason Brissett? That was one.
Yes, we got him from Cincinnati.
Okay, so.
But he's the number 2. He is a veteran. He is a veteran.
What
but
can you do?
They named Sam Howell the second
Why
year
Sam
rookie from North
Howell?
Carolina.
Tell me about Sam Howell. I don't know about. I'm going to go on and find Google, and I'll know.
I'll tell you that Sam Howell came from North Carolina.
From where?
North Carolina. He was a quarterback back at University of North Carolina.
How long has he been playing?
He came into the league last year.
You can begin.
That's what we're talking about.
He's still a rookie too, but he finished the season. I think he played the last 2 or 3 games. And Ron Rivera decided that he was going to let him be his starter for next year.
Who decided that? Who decided that?
The coach, Ron Rivera.
They're
gonna battle it out in training camp to see who's gonna start. Every position is open when you go to training camp. You have to prove yourself to get that spot to stay on that 53-man roster. There's only 53 men on that team. And you go to training camp to see who those 53 are gonna be. So they battle it out in the hot sun, 2 sessions a day, and we find out who can play and who can't. So if Sam Howell beats out Jacoby Brissett, then that's how it's going to be.
Let's hope he doesn't get hurt, because that's what's happened to all these first quarterbacks that we get. They always get hurt.
And you know why? You know why,
and
right?
they don't get well at all.
He's running for his life. He's running for his life because we ain't had nobody to block.
I'm tired of paying. I am. That kind of settles what monies we have to hire other people.
John, he loves his.
That's how it decides that. And they just put out the thing that we got 10 minutes. So what we gonna say in 10 minutes, Ronald? I'm through.
We'll say whatever you want to say, Ms. Walker. I'm with you.
I don't know. We're gonna say good news for all, and may nobody get hurt in any of the games. Yes, I know the game tonight's tough, but I'm gonna stick with Miami and say the Nuggets. I hope they play more.
Make it close at least.
Yes,
He's close. You don't think Miami can beat them? No.
Well, they did win 1 game now.
They won
3-1. They won 1 game, but you guys won 4.
But we gonna be in Denver.
Yeah, you back up in the Mile High City tonight.
We back in Denver. So
they gonna tear
it
up if they would. This be the very first championship.
Well, let's
that Denver has ever won. So I think that's special. I think there's parity in the league. No one team is destined to get it all. That dynasty stuff don't count no more. Give everybody.
No, it doesn't count.
A free chance. A free chance. You always hear about the Lakers. You always hear about Boston. Then the Miami Heat, they had their run not too long ago.
Yeah. Well,
not too long ago. But I'm just looking for a good game tonight.
Yeah.
I don't think they can do much about it.
Well,
but I hope everybody watch.
Me too. I hope I wake up in time to see the end of the game.
8 o'clock on Channel 7.
Yeah, yes, but 8 o'clock. I go to sleep. And
you go to sleep at 8 o'clock?
I'm sleeping about 15 minutes, and then I wake up and
you wake up for the last of it, or you wake up in the morning to turn on Sports Center?
Yes, right. I turn. Yes, I can get the news.
I'm impressed with y'all knowing all this sports stuff. That's good stuff.
I know I do the
Yeah,
best
I'm gonna
I
watch
can.
the game.
What few
That's
tools
real
I
good
have.
stuff. That's real good stuff. Yes,
Hello
indeed.
everyone again, please. Let's thank
Oh,
Mr. Ronald for hosting today's lunch club. We really appreciate it. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes as soon as Teresa gets on. But
it's the
I've been hearing a
assistant,
great conversation you all are having, and I
it's
hope
the
you
assistant coach,
are having a
Alex. How
great
you doing?
Monday.
How are you, Alex?
Good. Just busy getting ready for this week, so that way it's the best it can be for you guys. You all
What
deserve
we
it.
gonna
So
talk about
All
today?
right, we got to talk about Juneteenth coming up, y'all. I hope everybody
Oh,
Oh yeah, it's Friday.
hope
Yeah,
yep,
everybody's
it's this
ready.
coming
Caroline just
Friday.
told
So
me she's gonna take
we'll be
mine.
having more information ready for you guys. We'll be going over it in the beginning of today's session. So yes, I look forward to it very much. So
I
again, we'll
got
be
a
starting
grill.
in a couple of minutes.
I got a grill I'm putting
And
together.
just let's wait for Teresa to get on, okay?
I'm gonna do a little
Okay.
bit. Yeah, we'll wait for our head coach. Thank
But
you,
yes,
assistant coach
everyone,
Alex.
please thank Ronald for hosting today. We
All
appreciate
right,
it.
y'all. Thank you.
Well, thank you for
Thank
hosting.
y'all.
I had fun, y'all.
Hey, Ron, whatever
Yeah.
happened to that black guy that came here and got hurt though? The R, his name began with a R.
RG3.
Yeah,
oh
RG3.
yeah.
Where is he?
He's on ESPN doing swell. You hear me?
Oh,
I'm so
okay.
Yes,
proud
he
of that
is.
brother. He's dressed to the nines and he speaks so eloquently. I see how he got the job. I
Oh,
see how
really?
he got the job. But you
Yeah,
know,
he does.
he went to Baltimore after he left here.
Yeah, and then he went somewhere after that, didn't he?
In the
Because he got broke up.
Yeah,
He
he
got broke.
tried
He
to
got
do too many things.
well. Once again, he was our quarterback, and he got broke up because they ain't had nobody to block for him. There.
Well, he got married, you know, and
Oh
then he
yeah,
left
he
here.
married.
Yeah, he married, and then he left here. He tried to do too many things. He left here, had a baby, and tried to play with another team.
But he is an analyst. He's an analyst on ESPN now.
Oh, I'm glad to hear
and
that.
doing quite well.
Yeah, he's doing better.
And doing quite well. I'm proud of him too.
And that's RG3, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I'm
it.
glad to hear he's an analyst.
Yeah, yes. He's doing very well as an analyst.
I thought he was playing.
He
No.
was, but he's an analyst now.
He's been finished about 3-4 years now.
Is
Okay.
it he hadn't
I
played? I thought he was playing.
I thought he was, but I didn't know it had been 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Guess what? You know,
Oh, before
no way
COVID.
you can find out, don't you? With Google.
Okay, I think I see a couple of iPads in here who need to change their name.
I need to change mine. Can you hear me, sir?
iPad?
Yeah, my name
But
is
change
Rosetta.
your name.
Rosetta.
Thank you so much. I'm assisting with names, you guys, so don't worry
Okay,
about it.
got
That's
all
what
right.
I'm here for.
Yeah, you got the right one. You got Alex now. You got Alex. All right, gang. I'm gonna say, I see our teacher, the head coach, has come in with her screen, so I will bid you adieu. But I'm staying here for the lesson. I always do. Thank y'all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ronald.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Very much. Thank
Enjoyed
you
the-
all.
Enjoyed it.
Ron.
Thank you.
Yes, it's nice to be back. Again. And this afternoon, we're looking at Module 4. I'm sure most of you perhaps have seen Module 4 several times. However, there's always something new to learn.
That's right.
So let's get on with the show. Okay. And it is that time. Yep, we're 1 minute away. While we're waiting, I'll go ahead and read the disclaimer, and then we're heading there. The Wilderness Technology Alliance, DC, Senior iPad Program, its owners and presenters offer technical assistance, virtual help, well-being information designed for educational purposes only. You should not rely on the information in any of the applications or topics made by the Wilderness Technology Alliance, including, but not limited to, mobile and device applications and any social media pages maintained by the Wilderness Technology Alliance DC iPad program, its owners, or presenters as a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, treatment, or legal advice. Thank you for allowing me to read that. All right, so let's get the show on the road. Get the, oops, we've got 63 of us already here. And this one. Okay, I think we're just about ready. All right, do we have any newcomers today?
Yes, Teresa. And I know we have at least one or two that's only been their first or second time. We have Mr. Green, who's been on one or two times. We have Miss Lawrence, who's been on a couple times. Miss Bryan, I'm not sure, but we have a couple of them on today, Teresa.
Okay, well, I'd like to welcome you all on board, the newcomers especially. Let you know that you are now part of the community. And therefore, as of today, you're not a newcomer anymore. You're part of that community. All right, I did receive an email the other day asking about the program requirements. So I'm just going to go ahead and touch bases on it. And this was from a newcomer. So this program provides you with one iPad on loan until you complete the program requirements. With that iPad, you received a subscription, cellular data paid for by DACL. And along with that, you received a telephone training, online group sessions, which is what we're doing right now, face-to-face if you need to get to the library to get a one-on-one. And of course, the phone close by, tech support whenever needed. Now, to participate in the program, you must remain in sole possession of your iPad, at least attend your one-on-one, which you've already done so, or if you need to, again, at the library. And you must participate in at least 6 free tech training over Zoom held throughout the year. You must respond to the midterm survey that will be emailed to you after you've been in the program for about 90 days or so. Additionally, you must at least utilize the iPad at least 3 days per week and read, I'm going to change the term, it says occasional emails. We'll read the emails that we send out Monday through Friday, and text messages we send out actually several times a day if needed. The midterm survey arrives after you've been in the program for about 3 months. And if you, once it arrives, it actually comes by mail. This is what it looks like in your email box. All you need to do is tap on where it says fill out form and follow just answer the simple questions. And the questions are more or less based on, is the iPad making a difference in your life? All right. Now, for your sake, especially the newcomers, if you want to find out about attendance, how many classes you attend, you can email us at attendance@wildtech.org. If you need information as to why you haven't received your midterm survey, you can email survey@wildtech.org. If you wish to have a library training that is face-to-face, one-on-one, you can email library@wildtech or call 202-800-6868 between the hours Monday through Friday between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. And you can do the same if you need help with your iPad. Any kind of help that's relative to the iPad, you can call the help desk for that. Also, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our library trainings. Now we have one tomorrow at Shaw, located at 1630 7th Street Northwest from 1:30 to 4:30. On Wednesday, June 14th, Francis Gregory, 3660 Alabama Avenue Southeast, 12:30 to 3:30. Thursday, June 15th, 20, and that is 3:30 7th Street Northeast, and that is from 1:30 to 4:30. And then Tuesday, June 20th of the next week, at Pet Work at 4200 Kansas Avenue Northwest, 1:30 to 4:30. Now, again, these are face-to-face, one-on-one, and to keep it one-on-one, the goal is to have you reserve your spot, and you could do so via email by emailing library@valtech.org, or picking up the phone and calling 202-800-6868. All right, here we have a big day coming up this week, Juneteenth celebration, Friday, June 16, 2023. What time? 1:30 to 3:30. One link, the same link you use to access today's session. Again, this Friday. All right. Do you have anybody not showing their screen name? I think we got one iPad. That's about it. So the person that's showing this iPad, we don't know who you are. And so in order for us to give you credit for attending this class, you need to show your name. And to do so, simply look for the Zoom toolbar that's located somewhere on your screen. If it's not visible, just tap on your screen. The Zoom toolbar will show up, looking something like this right here. And you look for where it says participant, right, like this, tap on it, and then a drop down will open up like the one shown here. And it should say iPad space me at the very top. That would be you. You want to tap on that. And then as you tap on it, you'll see in blue where it says more, you tap on more, and then you'll see rename. There's a drop down that will show up. You can rename yourself by following the prompts. So you first tap on the icon participant, then me, wherever you see me, and then tap on rename, make sure it says your first and last name, and then tap done. To raise your hand, okay, and you may need to at some point. It's important to know how to do so. Waving in the screen like this I don't see you, because right now we have 76 of us online, and so I don't see all 76 participants. So raising your hand must be done digitally, and that is done by looking for, again, that Zoom toolbar that looks like this here, and then looking for where it says work, usually the last icon with 3 dots, and tap on that. The drop down will open up, and then look down below and tap on raise hand, and then your hand will show up on the participant list, and then we can see that you have a question or a concern. Okay, so today, module 4 content is we're going to be looking at the applications and settings on your device. And that would include settings, the settings app, the message app, Safari app, the music app, the quick note app, the reminders app, and contacts app. All right, as shown here, where are settings found especially for the newcomers? What is on your home screen? And on your home screen, as shown here, I'm pointing to it in red here. This is your settings app. So to access settings, you tap the icon on your home screen. To move apps and widgets on your home screen, all you would need to do is tap, touch, and hold any of the apps and any of it, then you would drag the app into wherever you want it to another location. For example, if you wanted to move settings up to the top here of your screen, you could just tap, hold, and drag. And then when you finish, you just tap done at the top right-hand corner over here. So this is what the app looks like. So why should you get to know settings? Because it's like the dashboard of your, it's where or more like the engine of your car, where everything is happening. All of it's under the hood of your car is what settings is about. So whenever you want to make a change to your iPad, adjust the setting, or update the operating system, then settings app is a place to go. You can easily find settings app by looking for this here with what's called a gog gear in the center. This is your settings app. Now, if you tap on settings on your iPad, the next thing you'll see is something that looks similar to this. This is a screenshot of my settings. And in there, you'll see a list of shortcuts to all the important settings on your iPad. They're labeled logically. So if you want to adjust how apps notify you, then tap on a notification shortcut. Similarly, if you want to connect to a new Wi-Fi network, then you look for Wi-Fi and you tap on that. So as you can see over here on my screen, we've got all the apps over here to the left and then to the right. Right now, I'm in the general tab and displayed what's going on here in general. All right, so let's say you're in settings and you're looking for an app and you don't see it. Well, you may not see all of them. For example, right now, if you look at this screenshot, you're not seeing the app Zoom, but to find the app Zoom, you could either you can take your finger and go all the way down, or you can go up here in the search area and type in the word Zoom and it will show. So search for individual settings using the search bar. If you don't see it, then pull up the sidebar downward using your finger. All right. Okay, so as shown here on my screen, if you wanted to access your Apple ID, which was a part of owning the iPad, is that your name you must be registered with Apple, and certain information is required to do so. Now, during your one-on-one, this was done with your intake counselor. They assisted you in creating your Apple ID and getting the iPad registered in your name. Now, the first thing we're going to look at alphabetically is, you can see, airplane mode. That's in setting. Okay, so to enable airplane mode from here, you'll need, for example, if you've boarded an aircraft and the pilot comes on and says, would all mobile devices please place your device into airplane mode? And that is done for the safety of all of the passengers and the crew, so that they can receive only the signals that they need in order to get that aircraft safely to its destination. It's to have everyone on board to place their mobile devices into airplane mode. In other words, kill all possible signals. And that is done by going into settings and then tapping on here, and it will then become green and white. All right, so the iPad settings feature gives you several different ways to configure your iPad. You can troubleshoot problems with your iPad. You can connect to a Wi-Fi network. You can check on your battery life, or you can use what is known as push notifications for apps. So the first place we're going to look at is the general section. As shown here on my screen, I'm circling it right now. It's in blue. And in general, here you can view details pertaining to your device, including the model, the serial number, the MAC address, the device name, the operating system version, and more. So let's look at some of those. All right, so for example, if you were to tap on the About here, right about here, you'll get an overview of the content that's on your iPad. It will tell you how many songs, videos, photos, and applications that you have. It will also tell you how much memory your iPad has and how much memory you have left. Look over here on my screen. Here's the About, and here are all the various things that you can learn about the features of your iPad. Now, in the first section of the About here, notice I have it encased in red. It's actually telling you that my iPad is a 7th generation iPad. Yeah, you have a 9, I have a 7, which means my version is older than yours. It's also giving the information on the model number, and then of course the serial number. Apple has all these in place for security reasons. Notice in the next section, it's now continue where it's saying I have here in red, the network. Your network is going to say AT&T, whereas mine is mobile. What does that mean? In order to access the internet, you have to, a provider such as AT&T has to give you internet access through what is known as cellular broadband. And DACL is paying for that services for you. And it should be on somewhere in the about section showing AT&T. Below that, it says that I have, at the time I took the screenshot, that I have 0 songs uploaded in my iPad. I didn't upload any songs for whatever reason. It does say I have 65 videos uploaded onto my hard drive. It says at the time I took the screenshot that I had 1,763 photographs in the gallery section. It said I had 27 applications installed on it. And it said that my capacity is 32 gigabytes. Now yours should be saying 64 gigabytes. Because yours has, your hard drive is much larger, twice the amount of storage than mine. And how much at this time when I took the screenshot, I only had 12.71 gigabytes of hard drive space left. I'm not going to get into the details of it right now, but I do talk more about this information on the advanced section of the virtual classes in the morning. So you want to check your email to find out when I'll be talking about the various features as shown here, about what is a gigabyte, all those different things are further explained in the morning classes. Now, we'll touch on what it means by cellular broadband. So with your iPad, cellular means that the iPad has a SIM slot like a phone and can connect to cellular data network like your phone. A Wi-Fi only iPad can only connect to data and say to browse the internet or download emails. If there's Wi-Fi network available, then you can. However, your iPad has both broadband, cellular data, and Wi-Fi connection, which means your iPad costs more than the standard iPad. All right, over here, as you could see, I'm still in settings, and I have here all the various apps. For example, over here to the right, I have various apps like the Mail app, Contact app, Calendar, Notes, Reminders, and as you can see, the list goes on. All the apps that are loaded on the iPad, usually listed, you could find them in settings here. Because at some point you may have to actually access the app itself in settings to configure it to or customize it to your desire. Apps that were installed by, you can install your own apps too, but where should you go and get them? You should go to the App Store. For example, I went to the App Store and I downloaded onto my iPad, Gmail, Hulu, which is like a streaming, I downloaded on it, Keynote, but your Keynote should be on because DACL took care of that. But my iPad didn't come with Keynote, so I had to download it. My iPad didn't come with Libby, so I had to do. So these are apps that I've downloaded onto my iPad. Now let's talk a little bit about storage. Just going to touch on it. On the left shows the amount of storage used for each application. All right, so if you notice here on the left in my screen, you could see, for example, starting at the very top, this bar is showing the amount of space being used for each app on my iPad. For example, if you notice the gray section of this bar is larger than the rest of the other colors, this is saying that the operating system is occupying more space on my hard drive than any other app. And then here in red, it's showing that the apps, just like the ones I downloaded, are occupying a certain percentage, and then the mail app and the green, which is message and so forth. Now down below here, it says here, offload unused apps. I have that enabled, which means if there's an app that I don't use, and I'm going to be candid with you, I don't play the stock market, but I noticed there's a stock market app on this device, I deleted it because I'm not going to be playing the stock market here. But the app is available, and I also gave my iPad the permission to enable unused apps that I don't use. So notice it says enable. Down below here, notice the mail app where I receive and access my email is occupying 950.1 megabytes of space. This is the amount of space. So again, and I keep repeating this over and over, but hopefully when we talk about storage in the iPad, we're speaking of, for example, let's say you had a storage space that you were renting and you had to fill up the storage space, and when it was full, you can't take any more, right? Same way with the hard drive on your device. It has this much available, and after you fill it all up with apps and data, then there's no more left. So what it's showing here is how much space on the hard drive each app is occupying. That's what's going on here. It's also a nice feature on your iPad, and there's an app, dictionary. It is built in. You have a selection of dictionaries embedded inside that allows you to look up with just a few taps. You can see in various different languages. For example, look on my screen, I have the various terms here that are used to access language, Cantonese, Chinese, simplified, and so forth. There's also a dictation feature that goes with it. All right, then another very good app that might be useful for, I think, even for myself, is the accessibility features that are exist on your iPad. This helps you to customize the iPad for your individual needs. I'm pointing to here, as you could see in red, in settings, of course. And if you were to tap on that, then what you will see next is what's shown here on the right. Voice over, how to zoom in, how to enlarge certain text fonts on your iPad, and so forth. And this is a feature that I plan on teaching this pretty soon. I'm actually teaching this on June 26th on how to use the accessibility features of your iPad, how to navigate with VoiceOver, how to dictate your notes, how to detect, use detection, all these different things. I'll be breaking it down on June 26th. That's a Monday. I think that's a couple weeks from today. Yep. So tune in for that. Check your email reminder for that. All right, so your iPad comes with this lovely feature known as the wallpaper, where you could customize the background of your favorite. You could use, for example, I have my grandsons here as my wallpaper on so every time I'm open up my iPad, I get to see them. And you can do the same. And how do you do that? You do that in the settings area that I have here in blue by tapping on wallpaper, and you could change that. Now we're going to look at some of these apps that you should become familiar with so that you can get the best out of your device. We'll look at FaceTime, iMessage, Safari, Maps, Photos, Cameras, Books, and so forth. First thing we're going to look at is making a FaceTime video call. Great feature. It allows you to call friends and family using Bye. So with that, and whether it's a birthday party, anniversary meeting, or just to chat, FaceTime lets you be a part of the moment with crystal clear video and audio. FaceTime works over both Wi-Fi and cellular connection, meaning as long as you have access to internet, you'll be able to use FaceTime. It enables you to call another iPad, iPhone, or a Mac computer. It actually works like a phone call, but supports video and real-time visual effects. All right, so how do you get FaceTime started? You would need to go into setting and actually turn it on, which is what's shown here on a screenshot of mine. You want to go to settings, and then when in settings, you look for FaceTime. If you don't see it, go into the search bar and type in FaceTime, and it'll pop up. Notice my FaceTime is turned on. And I'm saying here, it says calls. I can also take calls from my iPhone or using my iPad if I care to. So I have that turned on. It shows here response to text. I can have receive and text here. Notice all checked off. All right, so this is what your FaceTime app will look like. It says allow, notice here, allow FaceTime to access Siri. So if I wanted to say, Siri, call such and such via FaceTime, Siri would do it. I don't have to enter their, oh, she's also already coming on. And she will go and call that person on FaceTime for me. I can get
Google.com should be able to answer that question and more.
Sorry about that, but I did call her name. Incoming calls and announced calls, all done using the FaceTime app. I can respond here. So if I'm getting a FaceTime call and I don't feel like taking, I can respond using a text saying, I'll call you later or something to that effect. All right, so here it is. Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm on my way, or can I call you later? These are the texts that automatically you could send if you receive a FaceTime call that you're not ready to actually speak. All right. So how do you make a FaceTime call? And we're going to look at that. So you can invite, yes, up to 32 people to join your FaceTime call. You just keep adding the button and enter the name in the field and then add person. Now, I did elaborate on this, on the security features of FaceTime in the last 2 weeks. I've been talking about it. And hopefully some of you have attended that class and now have a better understanding of how safe it is, and that it does have end-to-end encryption. Whatever is said and done during FaceTime is encrypted. All right, share play, added feature to it says here, enjoy a real-time connection with everyone on a call with sync, playback, and shared controls. All of you together will see and hear the same moments at the same time. Like, let's say you want to enjoy the basketball game. Well, and you can't make it out to visit with whomever to do so, you can use SharePlay and a feature in FaceTime and watch the basketball game with someone else while they're home and you're home, but it's as if you're in the same room. It's just being done virtually. I did have a small video, that I want to share about. Let's see, let's go back. I did have a video on share time I wanted to share and what SharePlay does for you. Ooh, didn't show up. Okay, I'll get back to that in a little while. I wanted to run that video on it. I don't know why it's not showing up here. Let me just exit this for a little, because I did add a video. I wanted to add to it on what SharePlay is.
Teresa, I didn't see a video when I was going through it today.
I added it since you worked on it. So since today. I added it really like share play.
Yeah, you're already on the video, so just go up on the page and you can play it.
Yeah, I have it here. I added it and what happened here? Here it is. So I'm going to go ahead and play it so you can get a better understanding. about
Movies
what
and
share
music
play
with your
is.
favorite people. Watch or listen together with content.
Can you hear the
Yeah,
audio?
you can hear it. I'll add it to the presentation.
Before you start, make sure everyone in your group is using iOS 15.1 or iPad OS 15.1 or later. Once everyone is ready in FaceTime, anyone can start SharePlay. Just swipe up from the bottom of the screen and open the supported app. Some apps that support SharePlay require a subscription. Let's watch something together in the Apple TV app. When you're ready, tap the play button. A prompt might appear asking you to confirm that you want to continue. Once the video starts, you can control the size by switching between full screen and picture-in-picture mode. Tap the video anytime you want to see the controls. Tap the picture-in-picture button in the top right corner if you want to view it full screen. When you make the video full screen, FaceTime switches to picture-in-picture mode. Anyone can drag the FaceTime window to a different corner and pinch it out or in to make it bigger or smaller. Everyone in your party can control playback, so they can pause, play, fast forward, or rewind, and it automatically syncs across everyone's devices. You can also do other things on your iPhone or iPad using picture-in-picture mode while watching or listening in SharePlay. And you'll still see your friends in FaceTime. If you want to end SharePlay, just tap the close button. You can end playback for everyone using SharePlay or just yourself. And that's a look at SharePlay on iPhone and iPad. Watch or listen together no matter where you are. To learn more about how to use your iPhone or iPad, subscribe to the Apple Support YouTube channel or
Okay, so you get some idea of what SharePlay is. Let's go back to the slide view. So that's what SharePlay is. Here it is here. It's now showing up. I don't understand.
I just added it, Teresa.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, again, you can add 32 people to it, so you can all watch a game together. All right. Now, next app, well, it's not an app, it's actually a feature, is notifications. However you use your iPad, you're going to receive notifications on a regular basis. Notifications usually appears when you have a message or if you have an app that wants to get your attention. If your iPad is locked, then your notification will appear as a bubble on the lock screen. If you're using a device when the notification arrives, then it will appear as a floating panel at the top of the screen, like shown here, floating panel. If an app wants to get your attention, then you might see a red dot above its icon on the home screen. So you can customize notifications if they become annoying, and they are to me. So I basically put mine to sleep. But to do so, you would, of course, have to go into settings and tap on settings, and then you could turn on what is called focus, and it will allow you. And so it's not, you don't hear that sound every time a notification comes in. You can actually, now, after a while, I know for me, I get like a whole host of notifications just every day, all day long, they're coming in. Well, after a while, I want to clear it. So I can just tap on the very top of the notification screen and clear all notifications, and then they'll all disappear. But then there'll be more tonight, tomorrow, and the next day. All right, so you can manage your notifications. You can mute it for 1 hour, mute it for a day, and so forth. Now, we're going to look at your message app. It's great because it allows you to send instant messages, text messages, pictures, videos, contacts, and locations across your iPad, even without an SMS or a cellular plan. As long as the device has Wi-Fi or a mobile connection to the internet, that's all you need. All right, this is what the app looks like here. And you must enable it. So to do so, of course, you need to go to settings and scroll down to find message, and then you could flip it on. Because if the iPad is very new, you haven't used it before, you need to go and turn it on in order to begin using it. And this is what it looks like in settings. You go to settings and then look for messages, tap on that, and then of course, turn it on here. This is iMessage can be sent between iPhones, iPads, iPods, and Mac. Sending or receiving iMessage, it uses wireless data. And so you can send photographs in message using the message app. You can even have send read receipt, meaning when this is on, people who are notified when you have read their messages. All right. This enables you to know that the person read the message, they've received it. You could turn it on. You can block them if you receive messages from a certain phone number. You can block it. And do you want to keep your messages forever? Yes, you can, or you can use the whatever options there to have them deleted after a certain given amount of time. All right, so this is a screenshot of what this is what mine looks like. And hopefully yours will look the same too, that way, because I'm back and forth with different people messaging. All right, to send a message, I'm sure many of you who've never sent message want to know, well, how do I go about doing that? Well, you've turned it on in settings, and now you want to go to the message applet. Looks like this. You tap, once you've turned it on, of course, in settings, tap on it. Once you're in it, the next thing you're going to see is this. You want to look at the very top, this little square box with a pen. That's to say you want to create a new message. You tap on that. It says tap on new message button to start a conversation. Then tap on a person's name or image to see more details. Okay, so that's how you get started. After you've created the message, then you need to send it. It's not done automatically. You have to send it. So after you've created it, you've entered someone's detail, you tap on the entry, the field below the keyboard. Then once you're ready to send it, tap on the arrow button above the keyboard. And do I have one? Right? No, isn't here, but you need to look for that arrow. It's visible though, and to send it off. So again, this is what you use to create a new message. And let's say you wanted to send a photograph to someone. Well, you can go into your message app. Next thing, you could either take a photograph of yourself, a selfie, and you use the camera icon to take a selfie and send it off to whomever. Or if you've got the photograph already in your photo gallery, you can tap on this multicolor icon here, and then that will allow you to access the photograph you want to send. And bang, once you follow the prompts, you can send it. If you wanted to send any kind, notice here, these are all things that you can use. This is YouTube. This is an app that Southwest that I communicate with. I use a lot. I love you. If you want to send a song to someone, of course, they'll need to access the iTunes to send that song. That's the app that's on your iPad. And you want to send a link to the App Store. These are all here. And this here is if you wanted to dictate your message also. We'll look into that. Here it is. So if you would prefer to dictate messages rather than type them, then tap the microphone button at the bottom of the keyboard and say your message out loud. So what are they talking about here? See this icon here at the very bottom of your keyboard? So you're in message and you don't feel like using your fingers or they're hurting, you can't. Once you place your finger, you must first, you want to, of course, say compose a new message. You want to tap on that. Once you do that, the keyboard will come up, and then the next thing you look for is the microphone down here. And once you tap on that, the iPad listens to your voice. It will enter the correct words one at a time. You can add punctuation by saying words like comma and full stop. And when you're ready to send a message, tap on the arrow button. And here's the arrow button right over here. Tap on that and it's gone. Yes. So you can dictate. You don't have to use your fingers to create. So this is what it looks like. It says using the message app, you can record a voice message and send it to someone. Think of it of like leaving a voicemail message. To do this, it says tap and hold the voice message button above the keyboard. It looks like a gray circle with white lines inside. As you hold down the button, say your voice message out loud. When you finish, let go of the button and you'll see the following controls appear. So this is like the recording of the voicemail here, shown here. Now, once you've noticed the red is on, that says that it's actually taken place. And you can now, when the recording is actually going on, it'll be square. And when it stops recording, you hit that and it will stop, and then you'll get this circle here, this red circle saying, before you send a voice message, you may want to listen to it before you send it off. So you will then, once you stop it, you'll get this will appear here saying it's no longer playing. But to play it, you want to tap on this, and then it will go into play mode so you can listen to the voice message you created. So let's say you listen to the voice message and you're not happy with it. Well, you can delete it by tapping on this X, okay? Or if you like it, let's say you played it and you don't like, you can replay it again by tapping on this. If you don't like it, you can delete it using this. And then if you like it, then you hit the arrow to send it. So we've got the send here, which is the arrow. We've got cancel, meaning delete it, X. And if we want to play it to hear it before we send it, we look for this here. All right. Let's say you have chat messages and you no longer want them. There's no need to keep them because they are occupying space on your iPad. You can delete them. How do you do that? The simplest is to swipe right to left across the chat conversation in the sidebar. So you find a message you want to get rid of, swipe from the right to the left, and then you will get this here. You can either hide it, which means you're archiving it, you're saving it for a reason, or you can delete it by hitting the red. Alternatively, you could tap the edit button at the top of the message screen and select the conversations you wish to delete, and then just tap the delete button. Now, emoji you could send. All these are different, lots of emojis there available. In fact, a whole host of them you could send. They look like this. Here they are. I'm sad, I'm happy, I love you. All right, you're cool. These are all things you could send in your using your message app. Now, let's say you want it to be a little bit more personal. You can write a handwritten note and send it in the mess using the message app. To do this, you want to tap the handwriting icon in the bottom right-hand corner of the keyboard. This right here, that's your handwriting icon. You tap on that, and while handwriting a message, you can also choose a selection of preset messages by tapping the timer icon. So there are also preset messages here. If you don't feel like coming up with your own message, there are also pre-messages icons there that you can use. Okay, so this is like your little board too. You can take your finger and hello, I love you, I miss you, and you could send that. All right, so now we've looked at most of those apps. This one app that you will be using and are using as Safari. To access the internet, meaning you want to visit websites, you need to use this browser. It's the one already come preloaded onto your iPad. Now, this is not the only browser you can use, but this is the one already preloaded onto your iPad. But there are others you can, but you'd have to go to the App Store to download it. So browsing the web using Safari on iPad is a wonderful experience. Websites look stunning, and yeah, so you might want to get familiar with this app. This is what it looks like. Now, once you've tapped in Safari and you're in there and you're saying, okay, well, where do I begin? How do I get to Macy's.com? Well, at the very top of the screen right here, you can type, if you place your finger in the URL or the little window at the top here, you can actually place your finger there. The keyboard will come up and you can enter the website you want to visit. Now, you don't have to know the full address to do so. You can just put in the word Macy's. These things are really, how can I say, user-friendly. When you put in M-A-C-Y, they know exactly, yeah, she wants to go to Macy's.com. And so they're going to make that Macy's.com available for you right away. So we're going to look at, that's the URL, like the address of Macy's website. If the fonts are too small, you can enlarge in the font while you're in the browser to be larger by tapping on this double A here. From going from a small size or normal size to a larger size font. You want to refresh your browser. Let's say it's frozen for whatever, you can't get it to be dynamic. You can refresh it right here using this arrow, this kind of curvy looking arrow. If you found something while you're browsing and you want to share it with me or someone else, you can use this. This is share icon. A website you want to share, yep, you can share it. If you want to add you're in one web page and you want to go from Macy's.com to Walmart.com, well, just tap this plus sign and into Walmart, and Walmart will show up and you select that. And if you wanted to see how many web pages you have open already, you can tap on these 4 little square boxes here, and this will show you how many apps you have, web pages you have already open while you're in Safari. Again, this is to refresh. New window here. You want to view all the open, these 4. This is a screenshot of all the apps I had open at the time. The other day, someone said, well, how do you get rid of these apps? You no longer want to use them. Well, you see this X here. You could either close this or you could swipe up and it will close the app. You want to share, well, share it with whomever. That's the share. All right, you're in one website, you went to another, and now you want to go back to the one you were before. Well, in Safari, it allows you to go backwards. Use the backward key. And when you finish, you want to go back to the one you were before, use the forward key. All right, remember I talked about your URL. This is your address of the website you want to visit. Right now, it says weather.com. That's the website that I am in here. Looking at the time when I took the screenshot, I can either put in there weather.com or I can put in weather, and I can almost guarantee you weather.com will show up. It's a marketing strategy. Everybody wants you to visit their website. That's the whole idea. So they're going to make Google makes it really easy, or Safari, for you to access all these web pages by just knowing like the first 3 or 4 characters of the name of the website. Now, you're in Safari and you want to go shopping and you're not sure where to start. Well, you can use it as a search on the internet. It says the address bar in Safari also acts as a search engine. To search a web, you just type in your query into the address bar at the top of the screen right here. And as you type in the address, notice that Safari offers suggestions in real time. You can tap the suggest to confirm. So as you type in, all these different things will show up relative to whatever it is that you're typing in up here. All right. If you have a favorite web page that you want to go to on a regular basis, you can add it as a bookmark in Safari. Yeah, you tap on up here and then it will, this drop down will open up. You add a bookmark and you can manage those bookmarks. All right, now you might want to configure, if you're going to be using Safari as your main browser to access the internet. And while there's certain things that you must know, that whatever you do in Safari, you might be opening up, creating accounts of various websites. And so you want to be sure whatever personal information you're entering while in there, that it's going to be safe, that you have a certain degree of privacy in doing so. So you must go into the Safari settings to periodically delete tracking data, because they do, Safari, while it might be access to you, maybe free access to you, they're doing you a favor by allowing you to get to these websites, but they also collected data on you that they're going to turn around and sell to marketing companies on what you search for online. If you want to search for a new house, for example, or apartment, they're actually getting that data that you're entering a search, and they're selling your data. So that's how they make their money. So you want to be, be able to know what is it that they're tracking. So you might want to configure Safari according to know what they can do and what they can't do. For example, I'm in the Safari app in settings, and I notice I've got it turned on here where I said allow Safari to access. For example, I can go to Siri and say, Siri, get me Walmart.com, and Siri will do it for me because I have Siri turned on here. Do I want search engine suggestions? Like if I searching for a certain item and I want them to make suggestions, yep, I want that turned on. So this is what I'm doing here, and so forth. Do I want pop-ups? Well, you really have to get pop-ups. No, I don't want pop-ups telling me stuff, so I turn that off. Now, this feature, cross-site tracking, is a feature in Safari that it is a cool feature that prevents companies from tracking you as you go from one website to the other. They want to know what is it that's going on in your head. They're going because they want your data to sell it. So you want to control how much data they collect on you. So cross-site, you must go into settings, then go to Safari and turn it on so that they can hide like your IP address, whatever it is, whatever they need to track down who you are, you can make sure that it's not visible. So your IP address can be used to determine personal information like location. To protect this information, Safari can hide your IP address from known trackers. Well, many of you probably say, what is my IP address? Well, your IP address is where your device, because it's on the internet, is saying, here, I'm located in whatever city, or whatever, at a certain location, my device is located. Yeah. So if I wanted to figure out where you are based on your IP address, I can. There's also cookies. So the cookie is also data that these search engines collect. They put it so that they want to know what's going on. They want your data that you're searching for. So cookies, they're placed on their website so that when you go there, they can collect whatever it is that you're searching for. And you can block those cookies. Sometimes or always, it all depends. So cookie is a piece of data that a site puts on your device so that the site remembers you when you visit again. To choose whether Safari blocks cookies, you need to tap the settings and you might want to say block all cookies. If you block cookies, some web pages might not work. Yep, some of them may not. They're saying, here, we want your data. And if you're not willing to share your data, you have to unblock your cookies. Okay, so here's a good question. Should block cookies be on or off? Disabling cookies entirely is not recommended since many websites will not function normally. Disabling first-party and third-party cookies will log you in and out of your account and could prevent you from using online services such as online shopping. So it all depends. Should you block cookies? As a general rule, we recommend leaving cookies enabled on your iPad. It makes for a much more convenient browsing experience, and the security and privacy advantages of blocking cookies are quite limited. What happens if you block cookies? If you block third-party cookies, all cookies and site data from other sites are blocked, even if the site is allowed on your exception. So if you use this feature, block all, then all cookies would be blocked, and there were certain websites you wouldn't be able to access. So you got to know which ones. So that's a little bit, but if you want to learn more about cookies, that's another feature I'm going to explain more on in the advanced morning classes. I'll be talking about cookies pretty soon. So watch your email for that. That's coming up. All right, there's an app, Listen. It's called the Music app, Apple, that is. And here it is. If you want to use it, is Apple free? No, it costs $10.99 a month. Now, that was the last time I checked. I don't know what it costs now, but it's not a free app.
That's what it costs now, Teresa. It was
Oh,
now it's they went up to $11 a month.
See there? So it depends. But that's the whole idea, is to make money, right? They're going to provide all the music you want to listen to, but you've got to pay a monthly subscription. Another great app that you should use it's called Reminder. This is what it looks like. So you'll never forget a thing. So the iPad already includes a note app that can be used to jot down ideas and thoughts, but Reminder makes it easy to create a to-do list, set deadlines, organize your life. It can also remind you with alerts at predetermined times. That's not all the app does. Of course, it can group reminders into categories and even sync reminders across your device via iCloud. Again, we talk more about these various apps in the advanced classes. If you want to know more about how to use Reminder app, check your email on a regular basis. We do cover that. And creating a reminder, you want to tap on this here. And then once you're in there, you want to look for, it says new reminder, this plus sign, then you'll be prompt to enter the date you want to be reminded, the event, the name of the event, even the location will ask you for. All right, so your keyboard will, once you hit that plus sign, the keyboard will pop up and you can enter the name. And if it's reminder, if you want to be reminded to take medication, yep, you use the Reminder app for that. what's the name of the medication, how often do you want to, all these things you can use the reminder app to do for you, groceries, whatever. So the reminder app makes it easy to create to-do lists, to set deadlines and organize your life. Okay. Before you begin, you need to set up iCloud to keep your reminder updated across all your devices. Meaning if you have more than one device like I do, I have like several, but if you just have an iPad, you don't need to do that. It's already local. But for me, I might go from one device to the next, then I need to do it in iCloud so that all my devices are all up to date. This is a closer look of what all the various things that I have set up to remind me of. Once you're in that, you're scheduling your reminder, it asks you the date, the time, is it a reoccurring one? You know, do I need to take my medication every day at 12 noon? What location that I need to, am I going for physical therapy twice a week? Whatever it is, and what location am I going to it? Here's a close-up look of it. Schedule. This, yeah, plus sign. If I wanted to go into, and I can go into the one scheduled for today and I can add one for today using this plus sign. Create a list. I wanted to add a grocery list of things to purchase on that day. And then I could label my list, various colors, depending on. And you can also have Siri to remind you. For example, you can add reminders by using Siri. Just hold down the home button and then say something like, remind me to pick up Sam. And you have to tell, of course, what time you want Siri to remind you to pick up Sam. Siri came on, but that's it. She's checking, but I don't have anything to pick up.
Still on it.
Yeah. All right, another app, Contact, where you put all of your favorite people.
I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try again later.
You can edit the contact. This is what your Contact app looks like. And examples of what you can do in Contact. You can assign a photo to a contact, tap and add the photo. You can add a pronunciation. You can change labels. You can add a birthday, social profile, related names, and more. So this is also another good app to use, make use of. And for example, I just mentioned Siri a little while ago, but you could say something like, what's my brother's work address? But your brother's work address must, of course, be in your contact, and Siri will get that for you. Or Sarah Miles is my sister. Send a message to Sarah. And so Siri will go into your contact, look for Sarah Miles as your sister, and send a message to her. To create a contact, you go into your contact app, look for the plus button, and create your new contact. You want to find a contact? Well, there's a search part of it where you can enter the name, and that will allow you to do so. Share a contact. You contact me. It says, can you share Alex's information with me? As long as it's in my contact book, I don't need to like, okay, let me find it. No, I can just go in to his contact on my contact app, select share, and share it with you. I can delete the contact if I don't want it anymore. Here's another one, create quick notes anywhere on the iPad. Yeah, today, so I'm taking notes. And I just pulled up this app right here and just copy and paste all the notes I want on it. Now I can go back there and grab that information anytime I want to. But so it's very good for jotting down information. You can highlight it. You can access it. So this is, I like this app because instead of getting pen and paper out to write stuff down, I just tap on this and it's open and I could begin entering information on it. And I also found out in my research in the security features that this app is encrypted. Anything I put in this app is encrypted. Start a quick note. Here it is here, look for it here. Pulls a shot of it. Okay, here's another one that you might be interested in. Record with voice memo. This is an app. You can easily record meetings, lectures, song ideas, and more. Yep. You can do recording. Use this app for recording. Okay, so that brings us to the end of module 4. Again, if you want to find out more about attendance, attendance.com, midterm survey if you haven't received it, midterm, you can send an email, survey@wildtech.org, library training, call the 202-800-6868. And if you need general help, anything to do with your iPad and its features, you can call the help desk. Again, same number, 202-800-6868, or you can email helpdesk@wildtech.org. Notice the time, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when the help desk is available. Library training for this week and next week, tomorrow at Shaw, Wednesday at Francis Gregory, Thursday at Northeast, and then the next Tuesday at Petworth. And most importantly, we're looking forward to seeing all of you. That is this Friday, celebrating Juneteenth. Yep, Juneteenth. And we'll give you more on this as we build the program this week and what's available. All right, so questions time. Lecture is over with. If you don't have any questions, you're free to go, or you can remain and listening to others. So we'll start. We have 3 hands raised here. First one is Ann Dennis. Alex, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Would you like me to cover the question?
Yeah, can you address these?
Yes, no problem.
I know I've asked this question before, but I with all this stuff, information, I'm kind of getting a little foggy. Do the apps that when you don't go on the Safari, do those stay on there? Do they take up room with on your storage?
No, and again, like I always say, the apps that take up the most storage are the actual apps that are large in size or the mainly large photos and videos. So no, anything besides that takes a very small space. So no, don't be worried about that. Just worry about utilizing Safari and searching information.
Okay,
yeah.
Alex, thank you. And I'm trying not to ask that question again.
Yeah, it's just go on settings and look at the storage and you'll be able to see all the information yourself, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Ann. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Next up is Miss Wilmotine. Go ahead and unmute, Miss Lawson.
Yes. Hi, Alex. I'd like to know how to do a video. I want to do my video for the Juneteenth program. How do I go about doing that? That's what one of the help desks told me to ask.
So for Juneteenth, I'm not sure what you want to take a video of, Miss Lawson. But if you want to take one in general, you go to the camera app. When you're in the camera app, you should see different options like photo and video. You can tap on either one, and that way you can take a photo or a video with your iPad. But Caroline should be, if you sign up and you spoke with Caroline, you can also ask her, but just try to do everything live that you are able to. It just gives a better experience than just showing a video, okay?
Okay, what I'm trying to do a point.
Okay, so just recite your poem on the date. So so do that. It will be much easier for us if you do that poem live than recording a video, okay?
Okay, at my
But it
own
all
house.
depends. It all depends. How would you like to do it, Carolyn? Would you prefer to do it live or would you prefer a video? I would think live would be better, but
But I think she told me to do video.
no, not necessarily.
No,
She did not say that.
No.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
yeah, so I would just get your poem ready to recite on Friday so you don't have to go through those steps, okay?
Okay.
And
Well,
let
my
Caroline know that if she calls you, okay?
okay, so my name will be on the list.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes,
most
as
definitely.
long as you're signed up, ma'am, we'll get the schedule out to you guys ASAP, but just make sure that you're ready and you'll be good to go, okay?
Okay, now I have a doctor's appointment that day. So I'm hoping, I'm praying that I'm back in time before we start.
Oh, yeah, did you let Caroline know that? One of the questions in the form was that if you have any commitments on that day, so just please confirm that with Caroline.
Okay, okay, will do. Thank you.
No problem. You have a great day.
You too. Bye.
All right, next up is Miss Robinson. Miss Barbara, go ahead and unmute. So hit unmute in the middle, Miss Barbara.
Okay, ask the question. What to say?
Hi, ma'am. How's it going?
Fine, thank you.
Good. How can we help you today?
She wants to know how to keep her name in the iPad, and because the last time we had to put it in, and this time we have to put it in.
Yeah. Yes,
So,
ma'am.
so how do you get the name to stay?
Yes, there are two methods of doing that. Next time you join the meeting, I'm not sure if you joined through the email or through the Zoom app itself, but when
Zoom app.
yes, when you join from the Zoom app, when you hit join meeting, you put an ID at the top where you type it in, and then in the middle is where your screen name goes. So for those of you, this not just applies to you, Ms. Robinson, but for a lot of you guys, if you want to change your name, you in that middle area, just make sure you put your first and last name when you hit join meeting in the Zoom app. That way, when you join the next time, either through the email or through the Zoom app, your name will stick. Also, you can create a Zoom account, which we'll be covering on Friday on how to do that. And that will also ensure that your name stays the same and displays it each time. So when I join the meeting, my name is automatically in there. So that's just one step that I don't have to worry about. So again, you can change it through the join meeting screen in the Zoom app, or you can create a Zoom account to change the name permanently, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No problem, Ms. Robinson. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Yep. Next up is Mr. Kevin. Go ahead and unmute Mr. Kevin H. Hi.
Hi.
Hi there, sir. Can we get your last name, please? So that way you can get credit.
Last name is Hawkins.
Okay, hi, Mr. Hawkins. How are you today?
I've been on call only for about the past 10 to 15 minutes. I have been hospitalized for about a year. Right at the point when I got this tablet and started participating. But I did leave an email indicating that I was in the hospital. I didn't know when I'd be back. And my concern was, or is rather, when I got the tablet, in order to keep it, I have to attend all the different classes.
Yeah, yes, sir. I remember doing your training. It's nice to see you back. So just keep attending these classes. Again, every time you join a session at 1:30, you receive credit for attending. So as long as your name is in Zoom, which it is, you'll get credit for that class. Once you attend at least 6 sessions, you'll complete that requirement. I'll give you a call, just giving you your program, your status update in the program. But you know, it's good that you're back. Just continue to read Teresa's email every day so you get to see the agenda for the rest of the week. And make sure to join these sessions to learn more about your iPad and the different resources that we and interest groups that we have on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well, okay?
Well, the final part of my question is that since I've been gone a year, I really haven't any idea how much I have taken and how much more I need to take in order to qualify for keeping the tablet.
Yeah, again, sir, that we understand that things happen, you know, with everyone. So again, as long as you're still in possession of your iPad, as long as you do your 6 classes, I will take a look at that after our session ends to see what your status. I'll give you a call later on this week. But again, the most important thing is just to get this, you know, get the knowledge now while you can. Again, we have a daily session at 1:30. We have our advanced trainings. We have our lunch hour. So all that information can be found in our daily email. So that way you can see what different things that we offer throughout the week. But, you know, you're good to go. And again, thanks for coming back on to our program. We appreciate
Well,
it.
thank you so kindly for that. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you and Ms. Teresa as time goes on.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Mr. Hawkins.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you now.
No problem. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. Next hand up is from Miss Joycelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Hi,
Yeah.
ma'am. How are you?
Hi. How you doing?
Good, good, good. How's it going,
Good.
ma'am?
Okay, I just want to be sure I was in. I'm logged in today because I
Yes,
dropped.
yes. No problem.
Okay, but I'm okay now.
Yes,
Okay.
as long as you hit participants and as long as it says Joycelyn Mercer me, that's how you get credit for attending our class. We look at the participants list. That's why we stress that everyone needs to have their name showing. And because if it shows as iPad or Zoom user, we do not know who that is. So again, as long as it says your first and last name and in that participants list, that means you're good to go, okay?
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks, Alex.
No problem, ma'am. You have a wonderful day.
You do the same now. Bye-bye.
Next up is Miss Carrie. Hi, Miss Carrie. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good, good, good. How can we help you today?
Oh, okay. When I was about 20 some years ago, 20 some years rather, I moved to Virginia. I was from DC and I moved to Virginia. And my mother gave me this book and told me there was he was my great grandfather's, which is my grandfather's father, I guess, whatever that is. And I read it, and it had a whole lot of the English, the words in it were very hard to read because it was broken up English speech. So the book got missing, I don't know. And it came up back again because of the Juneteenth. I wanted to put something in, and my daughter told me, look up Google, and there and behold was the name of the my relative. And I just want to know. I'm scared to. I'm afraid. I don't know what I'm getting into. I don't know whether. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I know whether I could send it to Miss the instructor or not. I didn't know whether, but it's in Google, and his name was John Jasper. He was a preacher and he was back in slavery time. And maybe she can show it on for everybody to see. And it's a different audio thing that you can either another representative that was speaking and talking about John Jasper.
Okay. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for letting us know that. So
Can we get his last name? John what?
Jasper, Jasper.
Jasper. Do you know the name of the book?
It's something like the sun will shine, or the sun. Something
Okay,
about the
that
sun.
should do it. That should do it. I'll look it up. And we're speaking to Carrie. Carrie, what's okay? Let me get back to you on that one, Carrie. Let's see if we can get. And this is your great.
He'll be my great grandfather, I guess.
Wow, great. 3 times, huh? All right.
It's either 3 or 2, I don't know. But
Yeah.
anyway, it was back in the slavery time. And he lived in Richmond, Virginia, and he still have a church there in Richmond. The church is still built. It's a brick building, and it's in Richmond, Virginia. And they talked all good things about him and everything. And I just wanted to let everybody, know.
Yes, thank you so much for that, Miss Carrie. I'm not sure if you want to share that on Friday for our celebration, but
Yeah.
Okay, so Teresa, can you please let Caroline know?
I'm getting the data ready so that we can pull it up and maybe she might want to talk. We can bring it up for her and she could talk about.
Well, I don't know.
Yes, because she's not on our list, so just
yeah.
get in contact, or someone will get in contact
Actually, yep, I found him. He's online.
for your participation.
Wow.
Please check. Please.
Okay. It's called The Unmatched Black Philosopher. John, the Unmatched Negro Philosopher. So that was your great-great-grandfather, huh?
John Jasper.
Okay, all right. I'll get back to you, Miss Carrie.
Okay.
I'll discuss it with the program, the person who's organized, and see if we could fit it in somewhere to if that's it, we'd like you to come on that day, though, just to say that was your great-grandfather. That is okay?
See, the sun do shine. Oh,
the sun do shine.
The sun do shine.
It says the sun do move. It's that those are
sun to move
that you see right there.
1878. Yeah. Okay. Sun to move. Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Miss Carrie.
You're welcome.
You have a great day.
And you too.
Yeah. The last 2 hands for today. Well, now 1 hand. Ms. Catalina, hi. How can we help you today?
Yes, I have a question about the contacts. Do you, I have a lot of contacts.
Contacts?
Yes.
Contacts, okay.
And I have a lot of contacts in my address book that I use for my computer and for Android phone. How can I get those into the contacts for the iPad? I put them in. Do I have to do them one by one?
Yes, Ms. Catalina, those 2 systems are different, Android versus Apple. So what I recommend you do is first go through the contacts that you do have. If you know that person has an iPhone or an iPad device, those are the ones that I would add into your contacts first. And then Teresa, you're still sharing your screen, by the way. We could see your messages and stuff.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Yes.
Stop doing that.
I just stopped it for you, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Miss Catalina, yes. So again, first I would recommend you go through your contacts on your phone and see which ones have an iPhone or iPad, and then I would add those in. And then what I would do is keep the Android people on your Android, but if you have their emails, then you can add, a contact just an email in their name if you do that often. But yes, that's what I would do. I would go through the contacts, see which ones are Apple devices, if you know that off the top of your head, and then add those in, and then go and then just add the email. If you have those particular people's emails, you can also add them into your contacts on your iPad. So it's up to you. You can still add them if you want, but you just won't be able to call or iMessage them directly. But you might just want their contact in your iPad anyway, because you might just want to look it up for whatever reason. So I would start off with Apple and then go from there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem, Ms. Catalina. You have a wonderful day. Greer, I saw your hand up. Did you have a question for us or?
No, Alex, I had just looked up Minister Jasper's information and I was just going to share it, but I saw that Teresa was working on it.
Yes, thank you so much, Greer. We appreciate it.
It's very interesting though. I see what she was talking about. The way
Yes,
it spelled some different names and different words rather. It was interesting.
yes. Thank
Mhm.
you so much, Greer. And then again, our last hand for the day, it is around that time. It's Mr. Angelo. How can we help you today?
How you doing there, Alex? Hello, Miss James. Yeah, I know about her camera and on the iPad, and a thought came to me. Has anybody ever made a movie production using their
Not that I
iPad?
know of.
Mr. Angelo, so there is something, yes, again, with your camera, you can take different videos and pictures, but there is also an app called iMovie that should be on your iPad as well. That's how you can create different video formats as well. So it's called iMovie. They have like a step-by-step. It's really easy to navigate, but it's just about having those particular files as well. So yes, it is capable, and there have been people that have created videos from their phone, from their tablet, from their computer. So it's possible. So, but the one on your iPad.
Oh, okay.
iMovie, okay.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that because like different angles of scenes and editing, you maybe could do that with the iPad. I was just wondering. So you think it's better with the iPad than do it with the iMovie rather than taking different scenes with your iPad itself, like.
Yes. So you can edit different videos together using that app. So I would if I just were to have the iPad at my disposal, I would take those videos using my iPad, then use iMovie to mash them up together in whatever way I choose. So I recommend looking up that information, Mr. Angelo, and seeing what it does for you, okay? I see that your connections is kind of hard to hear you, but I hope you got that information, okay?
No, it froze on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just check out iMovie, see what it can do, but yes, check it out, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No problem, Mr. Angelo. You have a great day.
You too now. Take care, everybody. Have a blessed one, everybody.
You too.
Amen.
Thank you.
Nope. Yep. Teresa, it's about to be 3 o'clock. I know we have tomorrow, we have the lunch club. I'll be hosting that. Looking forward to it. And then we have Grocery Plus from the Department of Health, Capital Area Food Bank. They're going to be talking about their programs available to you guys tomorrow. So quite a great Tuesday. So I look forward to it. Teresa, do you have anything to say?
Carrie, please answer your phone. I'm having Caroline Beasley call you.
Hold on, ma'am. Yes, so I spoke with you earlier in regards of the.
Okay. So Carrie, be sure to answer.
One more question. One more question. Is it possible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I need to understand something here. I'm used to an iPhone. I'm trying to understand this Android thing. Is the Android an operating system like the Windows or iPhone system? I don't understand. Everybody seems to have an Android, and those are different models. So what is Android? An operating system?
It's a type of device. So Android device. So there's Android tablets.
Wait a minute. Let's not go there. It's an operating system.
That's
on
what I
a
want.
device.
That's what I want to know. It's an operating system.
Yes.
Okay.
On a device.
But it's not on Apple products.
But it's not an Apple product.
It's not an Apple and it's not a Windows product. It's its own environment, correct?
Right. Just like we have an Apple operating system.
Yes,
we have
yes.
Android operating system. We've got
Got it.
Windows operating system, all
Got
different
it.
operating systems.
That's what I wanted to know, because as I come back into this program here, I've got this iPad, I have an iPhone, and I was given an Android, and I was just wanting to make sure that, what am I understanding? All right, 3 different operating systems. I got it.
You got it.
Okay, thank you folks very much. I'll see you on Wednesday, yes, okay.
Or there's
Yeah,
tomorrow, don't forget.
we have Tuesdays and Thursdays again too, sir.
That's
So
that's
please
right.
check
I
out,
forgot
check out
about
the
that.
daily email. Check
You had
out
some
Lisa's
pretty
email
nice
with all that
things on.
information, please.
Oh,
We have
yeah, you had
everything
some
that we
pretty great
offer,
things
okay?
on the off days. Okay, thank you again. Okay,
Okay.
All right,
God
thank you,
bless.
everybody.
all right,
Have
bye
a
now.
blessed and wonderful evening. See
Thank
you
you.
Have a
tomorrow.
great day, everybody. Thank you for attending today's sessions. We appreciate
All
it.
right, you too,
Thank you.
baby. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye all.
Bye,
Have a
people.
great evening.
Okay.